Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. I'm your host, Gibular Bob, and today I'm here with IVINA. Now, they've gone through a little bit of a rebrand, so you would have known them previously as Aspect, but now they are the new and improved IVINA, but their standings haven't changed. They are still number 2 in the North American standings. With me today, I've got I Blame My Aim, Jess, Faded, Dusty, Gizmo, Big Lunch, and Solo. So we've got just a couple of questions for you here. First off, after 11 weeks of matchups, you finally made it to this point. How did it feel to skip the Challenger Cup?
You know, it always feels good to skip that Challenger Cup, so you don't have to worry about not making it the top 8 to get that redesigned gun skin is what we really want. So we're excited about it. We're happy to take a break for a week too.
Awesome, yeah. Now, where did you expect to finish as a team this season? You're currently number 2. Were you hoping for that number 1 spot, or how'd that work out?
Yeah, we were hoping to take first spot from Acer this season, but a lot of hiccups during our matchups playing up against them. Could have definitely taken it, but I mean, I feel confident we can take it this during the finals, semifinals. I'm feeling confident.
Awesome, yeah. Okay, so on that note, which week or matchup in particular did you have an extra challenging time for your team, if there was one?
I'd say the most challenging one was definitely against Acer. I mean, we lost to them twice, I think. And, you know, we're looking to improve, and we've got a few tricks up our sleeve for the next matchup.
Awesome. Glad to hear that. So on that, I guess, specific point, now that we're getting towards the close qualifiers, are there any teams that you're specifically worried about? Is it Acer, or are you just going in confident?
Our first matchup is an easier one, in my opinion. We have Acer, obviously the harder one, but we're not worried as we're going into it.
Awesome, cool. So if you do go to VRMLCon 2024, because that's a possibility here, as a finalist this July 20 through the 21st, how will you prepare your team for a pretty unfamiliar environment?
You know, it's going to be different, but I think the goal is to kind of keep it the same as it's been all season, keep it familiar, simple, you know, and just kind of have fun with it, you know, not take it too seriously at VRMLCon. You know, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so just have fun with it.
Awesome, cool. Okay, so for our final question, this is, of course, optional, so you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but if you do win a prize this season, what would you do with it?
Well, I was thinking about just splitting my prize with the rest of my teammates so that they can buy some games that they want. You know, I want them all to buy Cyberpunk, you know, try it out.
All-wheel drive kit for the Civic is looking real spiffy right now.
Yeah, Faded Civic, okay.
Hey, you gotta show love to the 90s.
Okay, Soul, how about you? Anything?
I'd probably invest in getting a Pimax. I've been looking into that headset for a while.
Oh, cool.
Actually, I take mine back. I want to do that now. That's a really good idea.
I guess you won't have the bonus there. Gizmo, any plans?
Probably just buy some baseball stuff, like a new bat, maybe.
Oh, neat. Jess, how about you?
I got car insurance.
That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. I blame. Any plans?
I'd share it with lunch.
Nice. But
you're just gonna give each other money back and forth.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're sharing it between each other. And Dusty, how about you?
I'll probably just put it into my stock account.
Gamble it all away.
Gotta work on them stocks.
It'll be gone by Tuesday.
Maybe.
Awesome. Okay, well, that is all of the questions that I have for you, and of course, we do thank IVINA for giving me the opportunity for this interview this evening. But for now, that is going to do it for us over here at the Breachers VRML. I'm Gibular Bob. This has been IVINA. We'll catch you all in the next interview. Have a great night, everybody.
Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Big Rulers right on top, and there's a double kill that comes in from Cozy. Can get to the EMP inside. Oh my god! No! 5, 4, 3. Welcome, everybody, to the Breachers VRML Season 2 postseason interview. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's, and I am joined by the illustrious Formula 3, scraping in underneath the radar at rank 7, but nonetheless at rank 7. A solid space to be landing. Let's go down sort of the line here. Everyone can introduce themselves, say your name, and sort of give me your role on the team. We'll start with you, Angel. Or not Angel.
Yeah. I'm Angel. I'm the IGL and kind of just manager of the team right now.
I'm Bot, and I'm honorary co-captain.
Hero?
What's up? Mainly just play anchor, just sit in sight.
Alright, I'm Nessie, and I'm the backup IGL, and I never show up to scrims.
I'm looking for team, and I shoot people in the back, or I don't shoot them at all.
I'm all gravy. I just make memes. I just make people laugh. I'm not really good for anything else.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see how the team feels if you're good for anything else in this interview. But thanks all for joining me here this afternoon, and congratulations on getting 7th place. Angel, I'll start with you. You know, how does it feel to be ranked 7th in Season 2? You know, you get to skip that Challenger Cup. You don't got to go through that process, just like you avoided it last season. But, I mean, here we are again with a little more hype this time for Season 2, I feel like.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot better not having to worry about doing CC. We just barely made out of it, but, you know, got to be grateful for what you got.
Bot, did you think you would be in the top 7 going into the start of this season with Formula 3?
Yeah. Honestly, yeah.
Okay.
Good answer.
Just kind of glad we get there. Glad we get to skip CC so that way I can sleep more. So.
I'll also ask you, Gravy, did you expect to be top 7 when you started Season 2 on F3?
Yeah, yes and no, in a way, kind of, because we only got like 6 games out of the season. Yeah. We didn't get a whole lot to really solidify our spot. So it's like if we win or lose, we can go up or down quite a bit. It's not very like set and anchored. Honestly, like I haven't done a CC before, and I would kind of be down for it. But when there's like a whole Bezin skin on the line, you know, like a reskin of that, I don't want to really take no risks. So I'm comfortable where we're sitting.
Awesome. Angel, speaking of, you guys came in late to the season. Was getting the team together the hardest part, or the first few games? What was sort of the hardest part of season 2 on F3 this year?
Definitely the hardest part was the last 2 weeks. Or 3 weeks even. We kind of just got hit with a ton of losses, and it definitely hurt us a bit. But I think it's safe to say that we're pretty strong again, and definitely not a team to be looking over.
And again, we talk about the closed qualifiers coming up. How are you prepping the squad for the matches that are going to be coming up? I guess the single best of 3 that you have this weekend.
Honestly, we're just getting some scrims ready. We've got a scrim right after this. Just working on like staying composed and just making sure everybody's in line.
Hero, we have a bit of a different prize on the line this time around with this postseason. You got an opportunity to potentially get a flight out to play live on stage at VRML Con. Is that pressure a factor in your mind when you're playing these games coming up here this weekend?
Not really. I'm pretty laid back about everything. I'm just here for the fun, the price. That's awesome.
Yep.
There's no pressure for me.
Gravy, how do you feel about the prize pool and that trip out to the convention?
I feel the same way. Win or loss, I'm still going down there regardless. I already got my ticket. I just want to see everybody and have a good time. I got a lot of people I want to meet. So, if we go out there and we play on stage, cool. But if not, also cool. Whatever.
Going into the semis, if you qualify through this weekend, LFT, I'll ask this to you. Who are you looking at as a squad that you maybe might be worried about going up against?
I think we're all thinking it. It's probably Eternity. They've been in the top 7 for a long time. I used to play with them for a little while last season, and they're still really good. Just as they were last season. And with Horizon barely squeaking in there, I don't know. I think it's looking pretty Eternity side if we make it. But I think that's the team that we're gonna have to worry about if we make it.
Okay. If you make it through semis, Angel, is there anything unique that you're going to be doing to prepare for that live on-stage performance? Any sort of extra training you're going to be doing to get ready for the LAN?
Yeah, especially for me and a couple of the other guys, we're hardcore PC VR with like indexes and CV1, so we're hoping to take that like month off before LAN to kind of practice playing on like a Quest 2 or Quest 3, just to kind of get used to like standalone headsets.
Shout out to Formula 3 for joining me this afternoon and answering some questions here. Best of luck to you this weekend and next weekend if you make it through there. Maybe we'll have another conversation with you next week when the pressure is really on the line if you make it through. Any shout outs to anyone anyone you want to give a shout out to on the
yeah, I'll definitely go first. I want to shout out to everyone who didn't believe in us. We kind of came in there last second, and you had a reason to hate us, but hey, we're here, and Aspect, you better watch out.
Oh my Lord.
I want to give one more to Kai. I know he had to leave our roster. Very sad. I miss Kai, but he came in for us in a league sub once. Love that guy.
Yeah.
Very grateful for him.
Love you, Kai.
Awesome. Anything else?
I'll like Vile Dot too, of course.
Vile Dot.
Rest in peace,
I'm gonna
Vile
give a shout out
Dot.
to my favorite furry shimmy.
Awesome. Well, again, thanks for tuning in, and thank you guys for taking the time to chat with me this afternoon. That'll be it for us here today. Tune in for more interviews. I don't know. There's Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catching 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Big Bruce right on top placement. And there's a double kill that comes in from Cozy from hit to the EMP inside. Oh my god! No! That's 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. I'm your host, Gibular Bob, joined today by my co-casters, Hertaj and Yellow Hats. We're here in day 2 of the NA Top 8 Elimination Tournament. Now, again, for a little background, we've had the 11 weeks of the regular season. And then after those 11 weeks, we've taken the top 7, and they were immediately placed into this bracket. Then we had the Challenger Cup, where a team played 5 rounds. That was Restart, and they got placed as the number 8 spot. And that completed our bracket. So yesterday we had day 1, where we saw Acer versus Restart, and we saw Ignite versus Fusion. Acer moved on, Fusion moved on. They're going to play in the semifinals next weekend. But we still have the second half of the bracket here, starting off with this matchup, IVI NA versus Formula 3, and ending with the next matchup, which is going to be Eternity versus Horizon. And I gotta say, Hertouch, I think this is gonna be like a grudge match between these two teams, because they have played each other before, and that ended up as, I believe, an IV NA win. And yeah, that hurt their standings quite a bit.
Yeah, if you look on the side, cutting to that matchup page, the last time these two have encountered each other back in that regular season, they have won 14-6 against quote unquote, because this could be raw statistics, but yeah, I think IVI did pull off in the overall the last time they match up. But if you look at the overall statistics in terms of records, Formula 3 looks like they are in a bit of a kind of rough hill. But you do have to remember that half of that roster on Formula 3 was kind of IVI back in the first half of that regular season. And then there was a couple of Funes, and basically half that roster of IVI NA left, and then Formula 3 was back into season, and they're right back into the top 8 of season 2.
Yeah, I remember that it was a big kind of schism in between these two teams, where we've had Formula 3, and then they had that great game against Acer, Yellow Hat, but after that things kind of got a little spotty for them.
Yeah, I mean, I was even there to cast that game. They tied against Acer, and things were looking really good. And then most recently in their match history, they've lost against Fusion. They did take Hideout against them, and then they lost against Eternity, and most recently they did lose against IV NA. So I mean, who knows? How much have they been practicing? Have they been doing their VOD review, doing their study, just to really just kind of see what they can fix going into this postseason? Because especially after that Acer game, I mean, they look kind of primed and posed to maybe be the ones to take down Acer, but after this streak of matches here, we're not really not really seeing that. But I'm a firm believer that anything can happen in these postseason games. I'm sure we've seen that already, but I mean, right now the odds are kind of looking in IVNA's favor.
Yeah, if we do get to that point where Acer and F3 play against each other again, we'll see. Maybe the things will be different, because it was 6s across the board. It ended up as a tie between them last time, but Acer just had a rougher game against Restart yesterday. It got pretty close there to Restart taking it to a third map, but they did manage to get the game finished in 2 maps. So hey, I mean, like Yellow Hat said, anything can happen, but this matchup, I think, will be very entertaining. This is going to be one of the most entertaining matches here, of this postseason tournament. I just think they have, very similar skill level on these teams. They're very familiar with each other as players. Again, like Hertaj pointed out, we had quite a few players split off. Form F3, you've got former Wicked players on there, former, IV NA players on there. It's just quite a few, I think it really is kind of like a grudge match for these teams. But later on, we do have Horizon versus Eternity. That should be another very, very fun game to watch. I was saying this to Nightfire earlier when we were playing. I mean, I wanted to see Eternity play for, a couple of games there because they've had a really, really good second half to their season. I think they had, a very, very strong set of wins. Towards their later half of the season, they also beat Formula 3. They beat Spectral, tied against Restart, beat Outlaw, beat Ignite. So they've been on kind of a big winning streak for quite some time, Hertaj.
For the side of IVI?
No, for Eternity. Eternity Horizon.
Oh, yeah, Eternity. Yeah, they had I think, probably one of the more better runs in terms of at the end of the season, beating the side of Eternity as well as Spectral. But I think a little bit of a concern tying Restart, because that is one of the teams that were knocked out in the early season. They came from CC. And if you just look at, from, a title perspective, tying against a CC winner, it kind of looks like a bad look because they, had to qualify as that wildcard slot, but going against Horizon, I do believe this might be their first time they've ran into each other. So I honestly do not have a prediction of which team's going to win on that side.
Yeah, you got any history on Horizon for us there, Yellow Hat? I casted their final game that pushed them into the top 7, which was against Vanguard. But take a look at the rest of their history there. What do you got for us?
I mean, I'm just kind of looking at their kind of match history and seeing, what they've done, at least against top teams. They did lose against Spectral a month back, and then more recently they beat Outlaw, and they had a 14-0 against Vanguard there. But I don't think, not from at least what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing that Horizon has really played too much against a lot of these other top teams, and I think Eternity just has a little bit more experience, at least from what I'm seeing. So I'm thinking, based on that alone, like, Eternity have done pretty consistently well against a lot of the other top teams. They 14-7 Formula 3, they 14-3 Spectral, they 14-9 Outlaw, 14-3 against Ignite. So they are doing pretty solid against, a lot of these top 8 teams, and I think ultimately that can push them ahead against Horizon.
Yeah, it could be a lack of experience against those tougher teams, those top teams that, could prove to be a bit dangerous for Horizon. As Yellow Hat has pointed out, they didn't face some of those top teams. They did beat Veneer or Ground Zero, which was another Challenger Cup team, but yeah, still, I wonder if, they're going to be able to really put in that performance that they need to against a tough team like Eternity. But we got to keep up the tradition at this point. Yesterday we made some predictions around the bracket. Yep. I was wrong for both of the NA ones. Hertaj was also wrong about the Fusion one.
I wasn't.
No, you said that Fusion was going to win. But you were technically right. You were technically right because you said Fusion was going to win, but you said it was going to be over in 2 maps and it wasn't going to be close at all. And you were wrong about that. Martini made the right prediction there. But today we've got a new set of predictions to make. IVNA in Formula 3 and Eternity versus Horizon. Hertaj, the floor is yours. Where do you think we're going for these two?
Okay, so both of these teams are similar in skill level, right? So
sure.
We could look at this as, this is definitely going to be one of the more closer matches. Mm-hmm. There could be, a little bit of a offsetting where, one of these teams could have a really bad day and get swept. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what happened, or what we saw back in that regular season. I do believe both of these teams had a little bit of a rough patch. But since, it's a day where, you really have to give it your all, I'm gonna say this is probably gonna be sent to a map 3, and I do have F3 leading that as the victor for this specific match.
Okay. All right, and then how about Eternity versus Horizon?
100% Eternity. You can't beat that. You can't beat the experience over having a stacked roster. You just can't beat experience.
Sure. And Yellow Hat, let's get your predictions.
Originally I was coming in here saying, F3 would probably take against IVNA, but just kind of looking, I mean, I wasn't necessarily as aware of their recent loss streak. Not to discredit them or anything. I think both of these teams, like Heritage said, are very evenly matched in terms of just individual skill level. But IVNA is in second place ranked for a reason. I mean, they're just consistently doing better against these top teams, and I feel based on that if I was a betting man, I'd probably put it towards IVNA for this match.
Okay.
Yeah. Now I could be a horrible betting man and F3 could just sweep the floor, but but yeah, and again, who knows how much F3 have been practicing. You're on a loss streak that normally should motivate you to really sit back, watch some VODs, and say, hey, what is going on here? What are we what mistakes are we making against these top teams? Let's fix those right now. So I'm wondering what kind of practice both these teams have been putting in, but just purely based on website stats and purely based on recent matches, I'm leaning towards IVNA, and Caster Curse could come to bite me, and I could be totally wrong on that, but we'll see. But yeah, that's where I stand on that one.
And how about Eternity Horizon? Are you with her, Tajir?
I'm like 100% with hers on there. Where, and not to discredit Horizon either, but Eternity just is one of those really experienced teams in Breachers. They've been playing since the start, and they are a solid group of players, and I think that just kind of triumphs, and they, again, I mentioned earlier, they're doing really consistently well against some of the other top 8 teams, and I think that alone just puts them ahead.
Absolutely. And I guess for myself, I'm tending to lean with Yellow Hat here. I'm going to go with IVNA because, so
IV off. All right.
What? What's the problem with that?
You don't got belief in Formula 3?
I'm going off statistics here, and they haven't had a very impressive second half in terms of the games that they played. Plus, they did lose to IVNA, so I don't know. I'm thinking unless they come in and they're completely locked for this match, I'm thinking it might be an IVNA win.
Well, no, listen. They tied. Well, F3 tied Acer, all right, in the regular season.
Sure.
So yeah, I got hopes for Formula 3
to
kind of take this series.
What did they do against IVNA?
Yes, okay, listen. That was an off day, all right? Maybe the players just woke up on the wrong side of the bed.
What did they do against Eternity?
Okay, all right. That I can't explain. They just were off.
See, I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe
I'm
they're
probably
having
on
like
some
an off
insane
season
cope
here.
right now, but
you might be. You might be on the F3 cope train, but I think it's definitely fair. F3 still has a very solid roster, and they've definitely made a big impact upon their re-entry, but I don't know. They've just had a tough second half of the season. I think that's where I'm getting my reservations for predicting them to be the winner. And I want to go with Horizon for the other game because nobody's voted for Horizon, but I just think Eternity has so much experience. They've been around since preseason, and they've consistently been a top team the entire time. So I really think, we'll see Eternity take that game later on. But I think with all of that out of the way, we should talk about the sponsors that make the Breachers VRML possible. Starting off, of course, with Triangle Factory, the developers of Breachers. We recently had a technical issue with our the way things work for us here, and they managed to get everything fixed in like a day. So big thank you to Triangle Factory. They've also given the VRML, at this point, 3 gun skins, starting with that Season 1 finalist skin that is exclusive to those top teams. And then we have a regular VRML gun skin that you can purchase in-game right now for 150 credits. And then there's going to be a new finalist skin that's a recolor that's going to be given to the top 8 teams in each region. So nice little reward for the Challenger Cup winners there as well. And finally they are going to contribute to the prize pool and all of the expenses that come with VRML Con 2024, which is coming up the 20th and 21st of July in Denver, Colorado. And Breachers will take place 3 o'clock on that Sunday, the 21st, which, I mean, you'll see Nightfire there. You'll see myself there. Are we gonna see the two of you there?
I'm guaranteed. Yeah, I think we are both going to VRML Con. So
awesome.
You'll see the whole. I believe you'll see like 50% of the talent team from Breachers.
Yeah, you probably will. And it'll be just a really fun experience. And yeah, that's also some added pressure on the line for these teams here. They're competing for those flights out there, for those hotels, and the ability to play on stage in front of all of those people for the grand finals or NA. So we can't understate the importance of that and how companies like Triangle Factory are giving us the opportunity to even do fun little excursions like this. Next up, ProTube VR, which provides the best VR rifle mounts and accessories. If Nightfire was here, he'd show us his ProTube stock and how it has those magnetic cups that magnetically connect into a fully adjustable stock, or the different products like Beat Saber and the different joystick mounts, force feedback stocks that they have. You know, they just have so many interesting products, and big thank you to ProTube VR for that. And then, of course, HyperX, and you can get 15% off MRSP off a fully priced HyperX products in North America using code HXVRML23. HyperX also supplies some things to our casting prize pool and our casting team. So I use a HyperX keyboard. I've got a HyperX mouse pad that I use. Martini, if you've ever been with him on a cast, uses the HyperX Quadcast S microphone with its unique tap to mute feature. Very, very helpful. And then finally, we do have Helga, the manager bot. Now, let me ask you a question. Are you tired of juggling schedules, stats, and communications for your esports team? Well, say hello to Helga, the esport management bot. And we do currently have a code for VRML players to get the free version of the bot, but there's also a premium version. And the code for the free version is VRML 2024 OKF. All of the letters are capitalized there. And premium gets you automatic features like automatic availability, match scores, Helga statistics, Helga player performance, advanced logic, availability announcements, VC creation, roles for events and event sorting, a whole bunch of other great little features. So it's a very, very helpful tool if you are managing an esports team. But that is going to do it for our sponsors here. Any closing thoughts before we begin this IVNA Formula 3 matchup? We'll start with you, Hertaj.
Yeah, I think for sponsor sides, HyperX has been with the VRML team for a good amount, like a long time.
Right.
I don't remember when we first signed with it, but they've been a pretty long sponsor of the VRML. And we're happy to have them on team and support VR esports. And yeah, I think that's all I have to say. And the thing about this matchup is that this is only the first round, and we have IV going against Formula 3 right off the rip. And I think for the community, this was something that we probably would have expected back in the semifinals. But to start off in the first round against these two teams, it's a bit shocking, which is probably showing how close this season has gotten.
Absolutely. Yellow Hat, anything from you?
Of course, I'd love to just say thank you to all the sponsors that make VRML what it is. I mean, especially shout out to all the devs of not only Breachers, but all the games that are currently in the VRML pool of games. All your support just helps keep VR esports going forward, and without the dev support, we don't have much of anything. So shout out to all of you out there making these great VR games. Love to see it. And then in terms of the actual game that we're about to see, I'm sure it's going to be a banger either way, but I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Now, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break while we get ready for all of the action, but don't go away. We've got an interview with Eternity that we're going to air. And yeah, it should be a fantastic matchup. We'll be right back.
Welcome, everybody, to the Breachers VRML Season 2. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I am joined by the Eternity Squad, taking third place. So in Season 2, a incredibly respectable ranking with the competition that's at the top 8 in Season 2 on the North American side. And let's just go down the line here. Introduce yourselves. Juice, we'll start with you. It's been a while since we've chatted, but here we are again in another postseason interview.
Glad to be back here. Glad to be part of the VRML season again. Glad to be in top 3. But yes, to everyone who do not know who I am Juice, and I play the support role for the Eternity team.
My name's Proxy. You know, I've been grinding on Breachers a lot. I'm super happy for this LAN. Kind of want to make it.
Yeah, I would bet so.
Hey, I'm Mindbaker, and I'm excited to see our boys try to make it to LAN. I mean, it's pretty exciting. First LAN for the Breachers so far.
Alright, I'm Ninja Tim. I'm the site guy and util guy. Just been grinding.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for tuning with me today and chatting with me this afternoon. It's been 11 weeks of regular season gameplay, Juice. I mean, how does it feel to be here, the top 3, contesting with the likes of Acer in that top 3? I mean, how does it feel right now, going into this postseason?
Yeah, it feels really good to consistently stay in top 3. Being the owner of the organization, representing our organization across the boards and many other leagues, it feels really good to be here. But of course, we're looking for that number 1 spot. And yes, Acer is that team where it's kind of that wall there that we have to take a sledgehammer to come out on top.
We'll get into that more for sure. But Ninja Tim, I kind of want to direct this one to you. You know, new to the roster this season. Did you expect to be top 3 when you joined Eternity in Season 2?
Easy. Top 3. It should have been number 2. Unfortunate, but we're gonna get there. I believe we'll make it to LAN.
Okay, yeah, it is a big task, that's for sure, and it's certainly, I'm sure, in everyone's minds that's here hanging out this afternoon. I mean, Proxy, we didn't have this sort of prize pool on the line last season. You know, how does it feel to be competing for that chance to be flown out to the convention?
I feel like that's what, you know, really seals the deal for me. Like, I don't care a lot about the money. I just want to go there and meet everybody. You know, I'm a big, like, person guy, not camera guy. Why I'm, like, nervous right now. But I'm super happy. I really want to meet, like, everybody a part of the team, and as well as the opposing team going to LAN, which we think will be Ace here. I really want to meet everybody, and that's just the main point of it for me.
I'd like to direct this one to you, Mindbaker. You know, you're obviously being a sub on the roster, an important piece. You know, how are you helping your team prep for these upcoming closed qualifiers? Because, you know, we got some big matches coming up this weekend.
I mostly help out during our practices. You know, I'll be on the opposite team trying to mess with them while they run through their strats and stop them in their tracks, so they learn to work around what people do against them to counter their plays. And then, you know, I'm still putting in some of the time to make sure I'm all warm just in case anything happens, and ready for any of the matches that are coming up.
Yeah, it is a long weekend of games, to say the least. For at least me, I suppose you guys only have a couple of matches spread out, so it's not too bad. But big best of 3 series that are coming up, Juice. I mean, how are you preparing for them with scrims, or what's the sort of general prep right now?
Yeah, so our preparation is a lot more practices in scrims and creating scenarios of 2v2s, 2v3s, 3v5, 2v5, 2v4, you know, just to create a better communication of the chemistry between the 2 members who are on the offensive or defensive side, whichever side has the least amount of members. I think that is the best preparation for these upcoming games, is just to not to expect anything, basically. Just be ready and just know how to work off of each other, because everyone's going to be gunning. Everyone's going to be playing their hearts out to make it to LAN.
I mean, there's a new team, but then also a new opportunity to get out to that LAN. If you do go to the con, you know, how are you going to prepare for that environment? Is there anything unique that you think you're going to be doing to get ready? You're going to have your parents shout at you while you play video games? You know, what are you going to do to simulate the crowd environment? Is there going to be anything you're going to be doing to prep?
Not really. I just I wish I had a mute all button because I'm a big audio guy. But other than that, I've played at a few LANs before, so not too terribly new.
Awesome. Does anyone else have LAN experience of any sort?
Nope. It's one of those bucket list items.
Awesome. Well, see if you can make it a scratch it off the bucket list with just really
Absolutely.
It'll be decided in a few weekends. You know, this weekend is the postseason, next weekend the semis, and then we'll know who 1 and 2 is and who will be advancing on. So really looking forward to seeing you guys play. Thanks for taking the time to chat with me here this afternoon. Is there any shout outs that you guys want to give to anyone tuning in, anyone watching?
Shout outs to give is shout outs to VRML to bringing us to another league, creating that first LAN event for Breachers. That's what Baker was saying, giving us something to look forward to and play every single day. Appreciate you guys. Okay, yeah, we just recently partnered with USM, that is Mississippi University for their
of Southern Miss.
University of Southern Miss University for their esports program. So we're going to be affiliated with them and helping basically expand the VR. And
Awesome.
like we're trying to be part of that footprint, to expand VR competitive leagues and the collegiate leagues, all under one big umbrella, where we want to be part of something bigger than just an organization.
Awesome. Well, exciting stuff to say the least ahead of you guys, but maybe we'll all be shaking hands in the near future. It's all going to be decided in a couple of weekends. Best of luck to you, but until then, that'll be it for me here on the desk. There's Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3. Oh no! Big Rulers right on top,
And there's a double kill that comes in from Cozy from hit to the EMP inside. Oh my god!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML. Once again, if you missed that pre-show, I'm your host, Gibular Bob, joined by my co-casters, Heritage and Yellow Hats, and we're getting ready to get into this matchup between IVNA, the number 2 team, versus Formula 3, the number 7 team in North America. We're currently waiting to get into a lobby, but let's take a look at the statistics for these two teams to determine where that map might be for this first map. IVNA 8-3 is their record. Formula 3 2-3-1. That means they've won 2 games, lost 3 games, and tied 1 game. Now, best map for IVNA right now is Ship. They've only played 9 rounds there, but they have won 78% of those rounds. Formula 3, Factory, their best map, 15 rounds played there, 53% of those. So we're looking at some lower statistics for Formula 3, but again, they have had a little bit of a weaker season. But Heritage, I mean, if you had to make a pick here, because IVNA is going to be that starting, they're going to be the home team, so they get to pick the map first. Where would you go? And also, if you're Formula 3, would you ban?
If you look at the overall statistics, I think you would opt to ban, I think, Skyscraper. I know that statistics on the round win does say that it is 78%, but I do believe that Ship has only been played once on the side of IVNA. So I think there is a little bit of a unknown ground for IV on the map side. But if you are IV, if Ship is banned, or no, not if Skyscraper was banned, I think you would go with your 2 main picks that you have a lot more experience in, with Arctic and Factory. And I do think that Arctic is a bit of a wild card with the side of IV, because Arctic was introduced in Season 2, and I don't think there has been a lot of experience with Arctic during Season 2.
Yeah, it's definitely not a map that you typically see. We see a lot more attention on the original 3, Factory, Skyscraper, and Hideout. But at the same time, Yellow Hat,
Bob, your mic just straight up cut off.
Did it really? Is my mic good? Okay, it sounds good, at least from my end. Can you guys still hear me?
I can. Yeah, you're good.
Okay, awesome. Well, we have seen, teams specialize, Yellow Hat, in maps like Arctic and Ship because they're not commonly played, but they can use those maps to their advantage if they have more experience with them.
Yeah, so I was kind of looking into a little bit further. You know, we mentioned that Ship was only played once by IVNA, and that match actually happened against Fusion, and they won 7-2 against Fusion on Ship. So I mean, maybe we're right in the fact that it's a wild card map, and perhaps IVNA have had that just kind of in their back pocket just in case the team's like, hey, we're gonna play Ship and see if we can screw these guys over or whatnot. Right. But they the one time they have played, they won it, and they won it in a pretty decisive manner against the top team. So now kind of looking at the other maps, at least this season, Hideout having been played by both teams the most amount of time, so that one could go either way. But when it's a 50-50, it kind of favors the I would say it favors the team that is kind of favored, which in my case at least would be IVNA to take that one. But even just kind of looking at, we'll see the past match, right? The last time these two teams played, if I could pull it up, computer's loading. So we did establish last time it was a 14-6, but the I'm trying to load the page right now and I'm not seeing that. So
I think you're just blocked by the firewall.
Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh boy. Anyway, so it was an Arctic and Hideout last time. So I could see maybe why F3 might want to play. They might want to play Factory, or they might want to play Ship. Avoiding that Hideout game, because the last time they played Hideout, it was a 7-2 win for IVNA. So you don't want a repeat series of events there. But ultimately, I mean, that's kind of where I stand. Is maybe F3 pull out the wild card pick for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean that would certainly be a way to throw off your opponent. I think, we've seen these two teams, it's such a brutal battle between them. I think what we're looking at is those teams looking for any ways they can to get ahead of their opponents, to throw them off, any kind of new strategies that they can get. They're going to use. It's going to come down to execution of how they can implement these strategies, gun skill. There's a lot of different factors here. Team coordination. There's just so many different things you have to worry about when you are at this level of play. And we'll see who takes the early momentum. Currently, we do have 4 players on each side in the lobby. We're just waiting on those final 2 players to connect. And then we will get ahead underway with this first map. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing, it looks like F3 going to be starting off on the offense, and IVNA starting off on the defense. I've seen use of offense. It seems to be more of a meta pick now to be, to have a side to do a lot of damage on, in competitive play here.
Yeah, I think depending on what side, whether that be defense or offense, I think a lot of these top teams have been trying to prioritize, trying to focus on one side of the series, maybe starting off as enforcers, because they know as long as they're just able to focus on at least gain a good lead, whether that be 4-2, 5-1, excluding the curse, but as long as they're able to have a good momentum, whether that be a 4-2, 5-1, or 6-0 lockout, they're able to go into his defense knowing that they can make a couple of mistakes and then try and work on this big damage in terms of trying to gain a big lead over the other team.
Just giving the teams the go-ahead to get this matchup underway. And we'll see. Everybody's connected in the lobbies right now. Currently, the roster for Formula 3 that they're going to be starting with is Angel, LFT, Ash, Hero, and Old Gravy. Over on IVNA, I Blame My Aim, Solo, Uncle Ron, and I think we just had a couple of disconnects. So there's Gizmo has connected for IVNA. We had one more in there a moment ago. I think it might be Dusty is the one that I was looking for. But while we wait on that last one to connect, just going to wait on them to pick out that first map, and then we'll get started quickly. But yeah, I mean, it should be a lot of fun. Again, big matchup between these two teams. They've gone against each other before. And yeah, we will see what happens. It looks like we may have a couple of technical issues from IVNA at the moment. Let me just see if we can get those sorted. But
yeah, if I may,
go ahead.
I may interject here, it looks like they may or may not have voted on Hideout here, just based on what I'm seeing in the pre-lobby. I don't know if they've officially done their vote yet, but it is hovered over on Hideout, so definitely interesting first pick. But or at least it seems that Formula 3 haven't banned Hideout, if I'm getting this right. So it'll be an interesting map if it is, of course, Hideout. But I think kind of to go along with what Herdich said, a lot of these teams, they try to get that as much of a lead as they can on that advantageous side, or just try to get as many rounds as they can on the disadvantageous side, which I feel like with Hideout, it's kind of flip-flopped over, the past little while that I've at least been following Breachers. But, I think it's, slowly becoming, and of course it depends on the floor too, but it's slowly becoming more and more, enforcer-sided. But, any thoughts about that, you two?
I think we should start off with Bob right off the rip, because I've been in the hot seat for a bit too long. I'm not sure if he's still trying to communicate that the technical issues from the side of IV.
Just working on some of these technical issues at the moment. Go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So wait, what was your question again, Yellow Hat? It was
the sidedness of Hideout.
I think a lot of teams are opting to go for enforcers first, because I think a lot, as the meta started to branch out, we've seen a lot more teams opt for defense at the start. But I think all of a sudden, in the top level tier, they realized that starting off as offense isn't that bad because they know they can still pick up that ground on defense. And I think if you look at the way that the layout of Hideout is, you know, some of those bomb sites are heavily favored towards the Enforcer side. I think you can recall at least ground level as well as, well, I think almost all of them are heavily Enforcer sided.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're able to, you know, like say like top floor A site, if you're able to just break everything open, you don't really have too many angles to like really defend from, so it can get quite overwhelming, especially if you manage to get in there. But you know, again, I think this kind of, you know, it kind of gets you thinking like maybe F3 are trying to go more for, you know, the side picks, because theoretically they would get more side picks if I've got that info right too, and you know, just trying to get, you know, whatever advantage they can early on and try to use that momentum to, you know, carry them through. But I mean, again, if we're looking at Hideout, I mean, they're starting on Enforcer side, and you know, again, it really depends on what floors each round happens on. But ultimately speaking, I'm thinking that they're just gonna try to get whatever rounds they can on Enforcers, and then just kind of lock it down on the Revolter side.
Yeah, just waiting on that one more from IV to connect. Unsure if they've got some technical issues, but we certainly can't wait too much longer, according to the rules. Either way, yeah, I definitely agree. We're seeing, you know, a big change in the meta on that starting side to pick. I don't know. I remember talking to iBlame, and they said they prefer to start on the offense when playing Hideout. Now, in this case, because it looks like F3 are going to be starting up this matchup, which is going to go to Hideout. Here we are, map number 1. Hideout, Spectrals across the board from both sides. And we do have Formula 3 starting on the offense, IVNA on the defense.
And we have an early start going with both Spectrals and a frag grenade as well as a drone opted for the side of Formula 3, and a lot more of insisting on gunfights rather than trying to opt in for utility on that side of IV. So it is going to be an interesting approach because we are on that lower level bomb site, and opting to not go for utility in the first round, especially more specifically on this bomb site, it's a bit of a bold call.
In any case, we're underway here. No longer are we delayed. We do see Gizmo over in storage right now. Angel tossing a frag into storage, and it doesn't find any damage on Gizmo. There's a breach into Jim as IV looking to toss the smoke and close off that rotation. Old Gravy, the resident meme maker for VRML, outside of storage right now, looking to make entry. Proximity alarm going off, and Gizmo finds the first pick of this series. Meanwhile, Ash upstairs droning, and it's a quick 4v5 for F3 here in round 1.
Formula 3 trying to go for the upper levels, trying to opt in for both, as both patches are indeed open, and early, I believe they only bought one drone. So they're just going to play a little bit of roaming game, trying to stall for some time. But from what it looks like, the way that Formula 3 is positioned, they're going to try and opt to go for this B site and play a lot more on that common spot. A jiggle peek coming in from Ash, able to bait out a couple of shots from Uncle Ron, made thrown, not being able to find one. It's a little bit of a stalling game from both sides.
Uncle Ron with a good position in the fort in Jim right now. Angel making their way down the big stairs. May catch a pick here on Dusty. They're walking through the static, and they do find that pick. Gizmo is now surrounded in storage. Picks up quite a bit of damage, but Angel securing that pick from the flank. However, I Blame quick to shut that down. Uncle Ron looking to push up and find a pick of their own. It's a 3 versus 3 with a minute 15 on the clock. LFT playing the breaches. Hero does swing. I Blame my aim, but look at this. Solo was on the flank from Waterfall all along, catches one, and it's now just down to a 2 versus 2, but Uncle Ron might get caught out from LFT. They will get caught out from LFT. It's now just down to Solo.
And the post plant's going to be there as Solo has to push on through, and that's going to that post plant is going to have this members of Formula 3 move all the way outside. And if you know how this plan is, it is nearly impossible to try and stick this defuse. You're going to have to swing, and by the time you swing, that outline that's saying that you are outside, and the tap there trying to bait out a couple members of Formula 3, but Solo getting chucked down to 26 HP, and Hero from below while Crouch is able to take the round, and that is the first round for Hideout in hands of Formula 3.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of looking at the end of the round there, I mean, you know, IV, they really seemed like they were set up for the trades and everything, and I think Formula 3, you know, despite being one person down, they were still just kind of able to take those individual 1v1s and win them, and I think, you know, ultimately that gave them enough space to where they could just finally get onto site, and, you know, at that point, that retake in a 1v2 situation is, as you said, nearly impossible to try to deal with. So F3 doing a really good job on that first pistol round there.
Oh, yeah, tremendous work from them indeed. So I think we might need to see IV group up a little bit more and start trying to, yeah, not feeding as many ones to F3 as they did there in round 1. But looking at the eco, I mean, we're seeing Vezins come out here from LFT, Old Gravy, Healing Syringe as well. So they are investing into this round, Hertaj.
Yeah, they are going heavy into this. They're buying all the utility they have. They could get in their hands, going 2 frag grenades, flashes, and smokes. And opting to go for 2 Vezins, so going for half buys, is a variable call. But you look at the bomb sites, they have, this is one of the bomb sites where positioning gets you very, very far. And if you have that positioning, you have the gun skill to just aim for that head and get guaranteed a round. You see an early drone, recognizing that there is no tripwire whatsoever. So this gives the call for Formula 3 just to opt into balcony, and there is no roam from the side of IV.
Uncle Ron looking to deal with that drone. Yeah, absolutely no roam at all. Maybe they can make this work, but it might be a little bit tricky for them. Hero foaming that wall into site A. There's a smoke tossed, and they may just wait that out over on Formula 3. They certainly have the material advantage here with 2 Vezins in their possession, and they came armed to the teeth with utility as well. 2 minutes on the clock. There goes the smoke. It's dissipated. Solo looking for a pick of their own, but Angel finding a bit of damage with that Spectral frag toss into the back of Site A, and Old Gravy taking out Gizmo with an S-tier frag to open up this round.
And kill there coming in from Old Gravy, taking down Solo. Uncle Ron trying to do some damage, but that's the frag grenade gone. That's going to give Angel the free plant. It's Old Gravy's able to take down I Blame My Aim through the smoke, and that's going to be a post plant. And all 5 members of Formula 3 are still alive, and the plant is still going through, and this retake is nearly impossible.
Yeah, they're pushed into another post-plant situation. Dusty and Ash about to collide in connector. Hero takes out Uncle Ron, but Dusty is just shut down by Old Gravy. And it's now a 2-0 game with F3 having a pretty dominant start here, Yellow Hat.
Yeah, I mean, I might be eating my words already, as you know, as their curse goes, but you know, that was a perfect anti-eco round coming in from F3, and you know, we mentioned no roamers on the side of IVI. You know, they just want to stick together and get as much firepower as they can. But you know, F3, they also just stuck together. They didn't try to do any crazy individual plays, and you even saw Ash kind of holding above the hatch there just to try to catch any rotates off. So F3 just establishing that map control, and the more that they keep doing that on the Enforcer side, I mean, they could just wind up walking away with this. But I mean, this first full buy round coming out from these both of these teams is really just going to set the pace here.
Yeah, rifles across the board. It is a little bit too early to call IV out of this because they do have those rifles there for the first time in this game. And as we saw if you joined us for Immortality versus Formula 3 EU, Formula 3 had a very similar start where they found good momentum against Immortality. But once those Vesms came out, it really started to turn the momentum of the game in favor of that losing team. But we'll see. I mean, there's still quite a ways for IV to make up here. They've lost 2 of those rounds to a pretty stacked F3 squad. They didn't lose anybody in that previous round, so they've got a fair amount of money to work with here. And if they continue to keep these numbers up, they'll only get deeper pockets with each round.
Yeah, the more they invest and end up getting kills, because they're over that a good amount of Formula 3 is over that 2K range, so they can just buy whenever they feel. But you have to look at the economy on the side of IV. It is a very bold call to have, I think, all of them to just go straight for Vezins because they lose for this. But somehow Ash just made their way in with that cloaking device, and Gizmo doesn't realize that this might be a free kill on Uncle Ron, but the noise that Ash has made is too much, and Uncle Ron's able to find 2. LFT and Angel find a pick of their own, but Solo is able to find that trade on an Angel, and LFT and Gravy is stuck in a 2v3.
And this is really what we're talking about. It's now just down to LFT with 1:45 on the clock. And it looked like Ash might get that free kill there, but Uncle Ron, quick on the reaction time, managed to find that pick. And ultimately, that started, I think, the collapse of the F3 offense. We'll see. Maybe LFT can clutch this up and find this triple kill, but it will certainly be a tough clutch up here, as I certainly don't think IV is going to try and feed any kills here. They know that they don't have to play super aggressive. They just stick to their sights. There's 1:10 on the clock, and they should be fine.
Yeah, they're just starting to slow walk, and I think this could be a potential eco, but I think if you're LFT, you have that economy advantage. I say just maybe find at least a pick or 2, because you have IV, that you have multiple people that are under $50 in terms of credits, and if you kill them and make them lose their vesting, they're going to be forced on those SMGs next round, and this could be what LFT's maybe trying to do. Maybe Angel's able to call out that the side of IV has pretty terrible economy, so I think just opting to just maybe go for kills might be the right move.
Yeah, that certainly could be the right call to make. We'll see how much damage LFT can do. There's no door blocker in Dining Room, which that might help out LFT here, but there's only 15 seconds left on the clock, and I'm starting to think maybe they're just going to play this safe, not get way too aggressive here. They may catch Dusty, but Solo's not rotating. I think LFT's just going to stick it out, salvage the Vezem for next round. I don't know, Yellow Hat, what would you have done there?
I think LFT made, kind of the right call, and, just kind of, the trades weren't going the way of F3, and, you could try to risk for the economy, and, maybe try to pick up another Vezem or something, but, ultimately, I mean, as soon as all those trades kind of happened, the round was kind of set, and IVI doing a really good job of they capitalized on the F3 mistake there of Angel not checking the right corner, and then it just kind of went from there. So it was all kind of in a split second there, but ultimately speaking, IVI having a good solid defense on that round.
Absolutely. We'll see if they can manage to keep up this defensive pace here. They did pick up 4 Vezens this round. Gizmo running with that Omen, I think potentially playing a little bit of support for their team, but that's got to be a good boost for the mental to IV, Hartosh.
Yeah, you have that momentum boost. You're able to take down 0.3 while still retaining your Vezens in hand, so that is not only a morale boost, but an eco boost as well. So you're back into stable economy without having to force onto SMGs. We see the side of Formula 3 able to take down that static field, but they have to start making their way in progress. Those triplers are still in the way, so they aren't able to go through storage, but they're able to open up this gym wall.
Meanwhile, upstairs, we're seeing Ash once again on that drone duty. Old Gravy, LFT, getting ready to push storage, and Old Gravy immediately finding a beautiful pick onto Solo. There's a frag toss by LFT. Good bounce, but it goes a little bit too shallow, and it just barely misses. I blame my aim. We've got 2 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock. It's already a 4 versus 5 incendiary toss. And again, a good throw. These teams are pretty decent at throwing some good utility.
Yeah, definitely a bunch
Except
of
for
hours
that.
into. Yeah, that was terrible. I was about to say those hours into control point working on those grenades, but that flash was about to make me cancel the stuff that I have just said. As Old Grave Angel has made their way into storage, but they're gonna have to. I don't think they realize that Dusty is there, but they're gonna be swinging right into Jim as it's gonna be a push from the side of F3, but they're gonna take a punch for damage. Angel and Dusty get into a really big engagement, but the Molotov there is iPlane pushes through, finds 2 through the storage side. Ash and LC have to push through, but Uncle Ron's able to take down Hero from the side of the wall as it's just down to a 4v2, and this momentum that Ivy needed from the previous 2 rounds.
Just absolutely beautiful tucking work from I Blame My Aim and the discipline to not make a move, but they do end up getting caught by the Spectral from Ash. And it's now just down to LFT as the last Vezin player alive on Formula 3. It looked like it had all the bones of a strong push, but Dusty really shutting that down, playing a good distraction, and I Blame ultimately finding quite a few kills there. Now we'll see. I mean, it's a 2 versus 3. Don't count don't count Formula 3 out of this quite yet, as LFT, Ash, they've both got Vezins now. And Ash just have some breaching foam. 30 seconds on the clock, though. They do have possession of the EMP. But, I mean, this is going to be tough no matter which way you approach it. 20 seconds on the clock. Gizmo still playing bomb. And the proximity alarm going off. And there's just 15 seconds left on the clock. Ash goes down. There goes the EMP. And Gizmo drops a double kill to give a tie here for IVNA.
I just want to know, couldn't have Ash just looped all the way towards meeting up with LT? Because they've had that position where, you know, the EMP plant was definitely possible, but Ash was on the other side with the EMP in hand. Wasn't it just possible to just maybe go for a toss and just force IV to push it out?
That could have been a potential. I mean, there's, you know, even then, you know, considering the rotate over to A site might have not been a bad call either, but you know, it seems like a lot of poking and prodding coming out from F3, but again, just the defense here from IV, it's starting to shape up. You know, they didn't get that pissed around, and of course the anti-eco was pretty solid coming out of F3 so far, but you know, these last 2 rounds, that IV defense has just been solid. They've, you know, even if one of them goes down, they get that trade right away, and you know, especially if they're getting these opening picks, like, you know, it's looking tough for this F3 squad over on the offense here. But anyways, getting into this next round, we've got a top floor pushed, so I'll throw it back over to you.
Top floor push indeed, as LFT making their way over towards the family room balcony. Last time we saw a push here on top floor, it worked really, really well for F3, but now things are a little bit different. We've seen IVNA bring it back quickly in 2 rounds to tie this game up here in map 1, and we'll see, can they keep up this defensive momentum, or will F3 start to find a little pace? Angel picking up a bit of damage through the wall. I think that was Solo that fired some shots, and unfortunately for Angel, they caught it passing by. 2 minutes 10. There's the breaching foam as F3 getting set up for this push.
The smoke there, just in case that wall is going to go down. That smoke is going to be tossed, and that is, I think, yeah, no, that's going to be perfectly fine, but leaves a one-way as the nade's going to be thrown, as it's going to be 2 as well. That's going to find Uncle Ron. Old Gravy with the combination of double nades, able to find at least 1 member of IV, but there's also another nade that takes out Ash, as it's just down to a 4v4. The EMP is going to be dropped, and there's another one coming in from Solo, who finds Old Gravy that tries to retrieve it, and it's just been nade central coming in. It's just an artillery of grenades. It's like an airstrike.
We were talking about kill streaks earlier in Call of Duty. Well, we're starting to see them here in breaches, it looks like. But anyways, yeah, S-tier frags tossed from both sides. And Uncle Ron just really had nowhere to go from that artillery being thrown. But all of that has left us with a 4 versus 3. As LFT tossing an incendiary, preventing the swing. There's a smoke, preventing the peek. And they're looking to get that EMP planted. Angel holding things down with some suppressive fire. No utility left for IV, though, but they are getting aggressive and pushing immediately. Solo takes out LFT. Gizmo finds Angel. Dusty takes out Hero. What a fantastic retake, Yellow Hat.
Oh my, yeah, that was
That,
just
that was like a wall. That is
Yeah.
just they pushed out at the same time. You had that flank coming in from, I believe, Dusty, and they just pushed. They just went for it, and it got them the round.
Yeah, I mean that was A, solid coordination coming in on the IVI side of things, and then B, just that was pure confidence to just go out, take those gunfights. I mean, F3, even post plant, they didn't really have too much space to work with because IVI, they just acted really quick, and they were there to get the trades, and they made it happen just like that, and nothing to return from F3. But we were talking about, and we saw some fantastic nade tosses coming in from both these teams, and I'm always a big proprietor that good utility usage really sets apart the great teams from the good teams, and so it's really nice to see IVI just doing outstanding work with a lot of their utility usage. And same thing goes to F3. I mean, they've had some pretty good smokes put down, some good nade tosses, and even some damaging kills off of them. But anyways, getting into this next round, we'll throw it back.
It's certainly been a pretty close game so far. I mean, here we are in the halftime rounds, and this could go to a 4-2 for IVNA. We'll see if F3 can potentially bring things back on the defense. Best case scenario for them right now is that 3-3 tie moving into the second half, but they've definitely lost some of their pace since we started here on this map. They had a great opening 2 rounds, but IV quick to turn things around on their side. Solo doesn't narrowly avoid the frag, but they do avoid the frag, tossing one of their own. That catches a bit of damage onto Old Gravy. Ash with that RCP looking to potentially swing storage and find a pick, but both Solo, Dusty waiting inside. There's the breach onto Jim. Angel over all the way by site A, playing a little bit of roamer, I guess, or lurk for
Angel has one of the biggest lurk positions I've seen, all the way back, but Ash is actually able to fly solo as Dusty setting Ash on fire, making it to a 4v4, 3-on-4, because Angel is far away from all the action. This Old Gravy has to check as the side of 1-3. They're still outside. There has been no progress yet. They have to rely on Angel to make this push into storage, as that's what's going on. They're just able to, as that lets Angel go through. But the proximity alarm on the other side, buying enough time for Angel to force his flank, as that could potentially catch Dusty off guard.
Oh, it will.
It's going to be a ping, and that is Angel guaranteeing the kill there. It's just down to a 4v3, but IV are still in a good position.
Beautiful lurk from Angel there, managing to net that kill onto Dusty. Foam applied to the gym wall through storage, and there's a minute left on the clock, so F3 are starting to run a little bit low on time, but there's so many angles open up. Ron goes down, Blame goes down, and there Gizmo stands alone and has to 1v4 against this F3 team. LFT does go down, Gizmo finds one. Can they pick up a second? The EMP has been planted. There's just 45 seconds left on the clock. Gizmo has so much work to do here. Old Gravy also goes down, though. Gizmo looking for Hero, who's out in the breach, who may catch them, but they sit back in the fort, so now they have intel on where somebody is. Gizmo looking for that heal, does manage to pick it up, but Angel sitting back in storage is going to catch Gizmo, will catch that kill, and F3 tie it up heading into the second half.
And we are just we're right back where we started. The only difference is that both of these teams just need 4 rounds to win.
Yeah, and I mean that round was of course, defined by that Angel, that lurk there. I mean, Angel really just getting to open up the defense there and allowing F3 to just, have way more map control than they initially had. And that was the determining factor for F3 getting that win right there, was Angel's work there. So massive props going out to Angel there.
Well, one thing's for sure, we started off with a definitive winner here. It was F3. And then IV came back a little bit, and they brought, another 3 rounds. It looked like they might go 4-2. But just before they could get a decisive lead, then F3 came back and turned things around once again. So we find ourselves 3-3 tied up as we start up the second half here. And there really isn't a clear winner here. Both teams have had, 3 very strong rounds, but they've also had 3, rounds that didn't really go in their favor.
Oh, that nade there, taking out that drone, no information. The only information that drone has got was there a static field inside that garage and just at least one player. But the information is still unknown, as there is a roam attempt coming in from Uncle Ron, maybe trying to cut that cross off. But the way that Formula 3 is formatted, but that nade there doesn't find Hero, but Hero's on a slitter of HP. iBlame is able to take down Angel. Solo is able to take down Gravy, added to push from Garage, as Hero has to make this way, but Dusty's able to find Ash. But Hero goes down, as just down to LFT in a 1v4. It's a blink and you miss a push. And this could be the round guaranteed for IV, unless LFT has the greatest clutch of a lifetime.
It would certainly be quite the clutch, but they pick up even more damage and get shut down completely by I Blame My Aim, as it's become a 4-3 game. Yellow Hat, that was a pretty decisive opening for IV.
Yeah, I mean, they just kind of, again, that coordination from IV is, I really think the determining factor here, and seeing it on the offense especially too, that's of course very nice for IV there, and just the fact that they were able to get all those opening picks. I mean, as soon as that happened, even 2-3 picks, like that's just kind of the round right there. But again, that coordination, it's spot on from IV right now.
100%. And well, I don't know. Every time I feel like I said, we may have, a team leading here in the second half, or can they keep up that momentum? We've immediately switched up, who was the winner. So we could potentially see Formula 3 start finding some defensive momentum here. But it may go into IV's favor, at least for this round, because they do have that extra round 2 Vezin to bring with them here in the second half. But I don't know. Still, I still think it could go in F3's favor as well. Both teams are pretty creative with the way that they play. LFT tucking right inside of Jim. This is an interesting spot to sit. This is either going to go well for them or it's going to go horribly.
If someone sees LFT, he's gone. Unless he wins the gunfight, which takes on Uncle Ron, but doesn't get away freely. Old Gravy opens up that wall towards the laundry window. And does spot Gizmo, that's forced Gizmo down off of his zip line. But an early pick, and it's still looking great for the side of Formula 3. But Ivy has made some good progress. A drone coming in. Believe that is going to clear out the garage, as there is 2 roamers from the side of F3. Yes, that's only going to spot one. Dusty, Solo, and I Blame are going to push on through, but Angel's here, but only finds one, and it's down to a 2v3. And still, Ivy still has great control.
They're feeding a lot of ones here over on Formula 3. Now, we did see a good team up between Angel and Old Gravy, but it came down to just the numbers advantage from Ivy once again. They're stacking up as a team 3 strong, as it looks like they are going to head over to storage. I Blame prepping a frag, tossing that into the back of Site B. Doesn't catch any damage on Ash. Here comes a flashbang as they look to make entry into the site. Hero watching the storage door and picking up quite a bit of damage from Gizmo. They do go down to that Omen, and Omen's going wild as Dusty and Gizmo both find a kill with one, and it is a 3-5 game as IV pick up their second round. One more, Yellow Hat, and it's going to be match point here on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it is getting dangerously close for F3 here. Their back's kind of against this wall for game number 1, and I mean, You even saw Angel buying an Omen in that second round, so they are, they were a little bit, economically behind, and they're not even going to be able to buy a full Vez in this round, I think. So F3 going to be playing down a rifle versus, the full stack of IVI there. And, they had some pretty interesting picks in that last round, and, whatever economic damage you can do as an enforcer, or, as a, when you're on an eco round is great to see. But even then, I think IVI, they were able to just regroup and pull right through and just, they had the guns, they had, the numbers, and it just went from there.
We'll see if they can pick up a 6th round here and bring in that match point for this map. But I mean, now that they've got some Vezins, do you think they could potentially stand a chance here, Hartaj?
They go for Vezins, but I think a good amount of them are stock. I think the only thing is theirs.
Oh my goodness.
Vezins there, but what a nade, a rollout from Ash, just able to find Gizmo all the way down towards that family room. But the drone there, I think as you said, the Vezins are a very risky play. But you look at the utility from the side of IV, they have that advantage. But we see in Formula 3, they have that gun skill. But if you're going to bring that to light, you're going to have to think of new positions, play a couple of off angles. Because you're being found out by a couple of these players, and they're taking advantage of it.
Uncle Ron baiting out the trip mines to Site A as the push is still developing. They do have enough people to continue this push onto Site A and potentially get that EMP planted. Flash is tossed in, but it wasn't primed. They could be saving it for later. Old Gravy finds I Blame My Aim. That's another pick they've given up. Uncle Ron finding Ash with a frag as we get into that 3v4 territory. But IV have lost a couple of players here, and this is going to slow them down.
Yeah, down to a 3v4. No progress made towards the bomb sites. They're going to opt to go for this breaching film. The moment that's going to open, they might try and force a push. But with a smoke grenade and a flash, this has to be coordinated. You can't just go in blind. As that smoke, actually no, I think that is a frag grenade, but no one's clear inside that bathtub area. So now Alcaron has made their way into the site, and that's going to be a plant. But a frag grenade there that ends up out of the hands. An unfortunate frag grenade, unable to find one. As Angel tries to swing and falls, a Molotov there to deny the rush. As that is a guaranteed post plant for the side of IV. And it looked like that F3 had it in their hands, but now a post plant that is guaranteed to face a map point. And F3 are just wondering, how did it go so wrong? But Hero and Uncle Ron, Uncle Ron goes down. It's just down to solo in a 1v2, but they're on the zip line. And that might be a guaranteed round for F3. They probably have flipped it the other way, but they have to bait solo out.
And Hero looking to stake that EMP. Solo is in a bit of trouble. They do manage to find the kill on a Hero, and it's now just down to Old Gravy. Can they kill Solo and defuse the EMP? No, they can't. And Solo finds that window kill to give us map points here on map what? Well, match points here on map 1. That was, I agree with you, Hurtash. I thought it looked like F3 had it, then it looked like IV had it, then it looked like F3 had it, and then went back again to IV.
That was a hell of a play coming out from Solo. Oh my. And it's so funny because we were like, oh yeah, no, IVI have this. F3 gets 2 picks. Oh wait, F3 totally has this. And Solo, nah, this is my team's round. So what a play coming out from Solo. And I'm surprised that Molotov actually didn't get LFT there. They were on a sliver of health and looks like they were just barely able to avoid it, which, again, just the small differences that can completely change the outcome of a round. But I mean, what a clutch coming out from Solo. MVP for that round, and that could honestly put IVI over the edge and allow them to win this entire game right here. But again, here we go. Final round, IVI F3.
And they're at an eco disadvantage here on F3. Solo, however, goes down to Gravy, who is not deterred by their circumstances right now. They're determined to put in a performance here, and they find 2 with just a Viper upstairs. They have no way to heal, and it looks like Old Gravy is not going to stick around any longer, going to rotate off and try and get back to the safety of those sites. But I'd say they did plenty of work, Cartage.
That's good enough. As long as you get 2 picks and you're still alive, that is a massive advantage. And you add that paranoia coming in from IV. They're still concerned that Old Gravy is still around trying to lurk. But now you can see Old Gravy just coming back to sight. And this is the mental game that you want to do. You want to do enough damage that you start to have IV start to think, yeah, there might be another roamer here. There might be 2. And this shows the amount of gameplay that these 2 teams have been playing. They're able to just condition these players into essentially forcing them to play in a certain way that benefits F3. We see the side of IV trying to opt for this garage as they do get that hatch open. Question is, do they want to go for the hatch that is on B?
Yeah, they really have to decide how they want to approach this site. I mean, they have to worry about 3 Vezin players from F3. Old Gravy made plenty of use of that Viper and Ash, or excuse me, LFT as an RCP, but it looks like they are going to try and follow through with this push. Angel finds Gizmo. iBlame manages to find 1, but Ash catches one of their own, and Angel closes out the round with a 4-6 game for F3. They're going to recover those healing syringes, and honestly, Yellow Hat, would it have been worth it to save there if you're IV?
I mean, if you want to truly secure the round, I think, secure the game.
I think it was more of an ego thing. Just close it out immediately. Don't have to worry about it.
Especially with, the second player in IVI trying to take that 1v1 against a Viper and then still losing anyways, like, that's really just kind of almost threw the round there for IVI. I mean, that was a good opening pick coming out from Old Gravy. And then, just to chow the player one-on-one when, you have 3 of your teammates right there. Like, that was a fantastic play by Old Gravy in terms of just, capitalizing on the mistakes. And, something to say is, especially when you have top teams playing against each other, it's really down to which team makes the less mistakes. And kind of a blunder like that is being able to capitalize on it was something that F3 really needed, and that sets them ahead economically speaking right now. So be interesting to see.
3 minutes on the clock here in round number 11, and we're looking at a pretty big eco from IV. I think they have the idea in mind that they're going to eco on this round, and then they'll have enough to fool by in the next round, where they can potentially challenge F3 again. But hey, maybe they might be able to do some damage against this F3 team. But they've got quite a bit of work to do. I hear frag tossed. Not quite going to find anybody. Angel tossing a frag of their own. Oh my goodness, what a frag! And it does find quite a bit of damage onto Dusty. A-tier frag there. Solo catching some fire through the wall. But we do have 2 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. And it's still a 5 versus 5 here on round 11.
A minute in, and the only damage has been done is to the 2 devastating members of Dusty and Solo, who are on critical HP, as 1 tap from this Vezin guarantees death. And there is no healing syringe from our side, so they're going to be stuck on this. Now, the side of IV, they've made their way into garage. They can try and coordinate a push, but Solo has been spotted trying to cross through. A nade thrown. That's definitely going to find LFT. That's a green nade right there. Now that knocks down at least 1 member. That is the first blood of this round after a minute 30 in.
And the rotation over to site A, they might potentially try a push through foyer.
This might catch Ash.
It may catch Ash. Oh, Angel, however, where was Angel? Did they just fire through the? I think they fired through the wall and found
through the wall and worked.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Oh, devastation for IV as Ash catches I blame my aim in the switch up. I think completely failed there as Ash catches Dusty, and it's now just down to Solo, who does have a Vezin. Yeah, I mean, at least save here. And then you can buy some
that's
utility.
it. You're going into the final round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's the final round. You're heading into round 12, and your economy is pretty much staggered compared to the side of Formula 3, where they're going to be stuck on... They're going to be having the same Vezins, but yeah, your team's just going to be stuck on SMGs. And this is rough if you're IV right here.
Not necessarily.
And
I think they
it's
probably
not rough,
ecoed enough
but-
to get those Vezins in utility. I think that's
yeah, they
probably what
went
they were going
Spectals,
for.
right?
Yeah.
So
Solo
they
was the
kept
only
their,
Vezin.
Yeah, they kept their hero Vezin, so that gives them a benefit. But I'm not sure. The question is, I'm not sure if they have the utility heading into 12. They might.
Well, that's fair, yeah.
But I'm not sure if it's impactful enough. It just I think we might have to depend on the RNG of the bomb site.
If Solo keeps that Vezin, that'll give them, enough money to either buy a Vezin for their teammate or buy plenty of utility. So I think they did play a smart enough eco game here to where they may be able to make this work over on IV. But there's a lot of pressure riding on this round, Yellow Hat. I mean, they had the potential to close out this game, but I mean, F3 has really kind of brought it back.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it kind of comes down to that the round where Old Gravy opened it up with 2 Viper picks, and excuse me there. Perhaps IV have kind of lost momentum there, but I mean, now both these teams' backs are on the wall. IV, they take this round, they get the match. But F3, they're able to secure this round. They at least get the tie, which at least forces a game 3. So I would almost say, I mean, the pressure is more so on IV to try to actually secure this game. But, they all have Vezins. Everybody's got Vezins. It's the last round. And, it's really going to come down to which player here or which team is going to make the less mistakes.
Mistakes indeed. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be accidentally team killing people. They're throwing frags here at this point. We've seen a couple of those in the postseason, but these teams are top of their league, and we'll see if they can manage to execute this push. Angel is getting caught immediately by Gizmo. Timing there is crazy, as Uncle Ron looking to make their move into bedroom potentially, and I think that play they had there from Angel did not work at all, as it's a 4 versus 5 already into the start of the round.
Yeah, I think they were trying to catch a bit of a flank, but getting spotted by that drone right off the bat. And you look at the positioning coming in from IV. They had Angel on lock. Angel couldn't go anywhere. It's just meanwhile over on the action towards B. Smokes up on the wall. They're gonna easily get that breach foam up. It's what it looks like. The push is heading towards this B site. You can see Ash trying to spread through the wall, maybe find at least a couple of hit points. The wall's gonna open, and that is a huge chunk of damage from Ash. Smokes up, gonna deny the vision of IV, but there's also another Molotov keeping Ash stuck in that place, as that is a double Molotov as well. There's another frag grenade trying to clear out. It's Ash, but Hero finds 2 with a frag grenade. Here comes a third. As that ends up a Molotov there, a smoke coming in from that side of IV, and it just flipped the other way.
It's now just down to a 3 versus 3, an S-tier frag from Hero, completely shutting down some of the momentum that IV had built up in this round. There's only a minute 10 on the clock right now, and there's so much pressure here for these two teams. They don't want on Formula 3 to lose this first map to IV, and IV certainly doesn't want to tie this. They want to close things out as quickly as they can. Uncle Ron finding a kill, Solo finding a kill. It's now just down to Old Gravy, who does manage to find the kill onto Solo, and it's now just down to a 1v1 between Old Gravy and Uncle Ron, who does manage to get that EMP planted, but they try to rotate back out. Uncle Ron looking for the lean in, and it's now just down to this 1v1. It's Swinger gets swung as the EMP is slowly taking down. Uncle Ron going for the kill, but Old Gravy finds it. They secure the tie for map number 1 here. The meme maker makes this game in favor of nobody because it's a draw.
And that is a nail-biter way to end map 1. Old Gravy shaking. It is just pure adrenaline from both sides. And it looks like it just was absolute chaos, I think, during that site because everything was being thrown. You see smokes covering that B wall, Molotovs to deny the entrance, and that double kill coming in from Hero, able to take down two, almost securing it. And then you see just an absolute push coming in. LFT able to find one before going down. I think it was a huge pick coming in. And yeah, it just went absolutely either way. And yeah, I think we said back in the pre-show, this is going to be close.
100%.
Yeah,
It's go ahead, Dale.
I was gonna say, I mean, man, we were both kind of on the fence of which team was gonna win, and at least that game it came out to an entire draw. So definitely showing that F3 have been putting in the practice and are here to play today. They lost last time against IV, and they probably did their homework, and ultimately, at least that game, it shows. We'll see what happens in game 2 and now game number 3. But I mean, that last round, I think, kind of also being defined by Hero getting that double grenade kill. I mean, that just completely shifted the favor in F3's hands.
I think we really could have seen that that round or that map go in favor of of IV NA had that frag not done what it did. But yeah, I mean, that's neither here nor there at this point. What is here is that we are going to go to a third map right now. This one turned into a tie. So we're going to get into the territory where we might have to go to one of our tiebreakers, which is basing this off of rounds. So, if we see, let's say, IV, NA, go 7-1 in the next game, well, then they would, the pressure would be on for F3 to go, 7-0 in the next game if they want to win, 7-1 if they want to tie it. And if we do somehow end up with a tie on rounds, then we're going to go to a fourth map, which we haven't had to tap into quite yet. But, that's still a long way off. Still have that second map to go through, and we may potentially see somebody take some initiative there, and we might have a winner crowned, after map 2 there. But for now, we are going to take a short little 10-minute time out, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere, because we're coming back with map number 2.
Hey there, I'm VRML. Breacher's competitive update has brought many great changes to our beloved game. Beyond adding rank, Triangle Factory has expanded headshot damage to the neck, as well as some map changes that are sure to balance and mix up the metas. Some changes deny previously overpowered peaks, including this window peak into Garage on Hideout. This white tarp in Garage is no longer penetrable. On Skyscraper, the one-way angle from Broadcast has been removed, as well as the radio wallbang through shutters. On Ship, the bomb site has been pushed back so a previous plant spot is no longer possible, like in Eternity versus Acer in the NA semifinals. Can't wait to see you in game!
Still tucked in. Doesn't get flashed. There's the canal with a double kill. Minnow tighter. Let's slide. Nessie gonna clean up things with final frag, and just like that, F3 are getting chipped apart by Heyne in their headshots. Bot is exposed, and down they go. Can Heyne find the quadra kill with the Taurus in hand? Good rotation. Able to surprise Heyne here. Trying to bait out a missed shot, and they do not. Heyne, what the heck? A quadra kill.
My name is Heyne, and I play for Fusion VRML. I come from Echo. I love Echo VR, and I played that game since it came out in VRML. Going from Quest 1 to Quest 2 was jarring, and same thing for going to Quest 3. Echo was a very fun workout, and going to here, it's just, I can sit here for hours. The Taurus is my, I don't want to say my brand, but it's my thing. I've been using it since day one. I love that gun. If you use Hollow on Taurus, you're weird. That's kind of weird. Everyone should use Red Dot. I laugh and giggle a lot. I'm so happy no one else hears comms, because I am a horrible teammate. Every moment's chaos on Fusion. I was just listening for footsteps. Do you know how Mike Tyson used to fight? He would just stare him down, look at their heads. I either hit the headshot with the Taurus or I die instantly. That's just how the Taurus goes. Because the Taurus demands so much confidence. But if you're not confident, that's the biggest thing by far.
And it went through my hand.
Better. One. Last guy. There. No.
He's outside.
I'm excited for the lane. That's gonna be fun. No matter what happens, I'm going there for sure. I'm just gonna walk around. Most people recognize me, and I'm gonna recognize almost everyone. I'm gonna have a good time no matter what happens, and that's what I'm going there for. It's gonna be a cool, very cool experience. I'm gonna hang out with Bob for a ton of it. I love Bob. That guy's awesome. He's gonna be there with his mother, and I'm gonna say hi to both of them. I love you, Bob. I love you, Bob.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids, and for their kids, it's kids. That's wealth, years and years. Promise my brother, soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
There's Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3.
Oh no! Mitchell is right on top. What is this? And there's a double kill that comes in from Cozy from hit to the EMP inside. Oh my God! No! It's a fast 5, 4, 3.
Hey there, I'm VRML. Breacher's competitive update has brought many great changes to our beloved game. Beyond adding rank, Triangle Factory has expanded headshot damage to the neck, as well as some map changes that are sure to balance and mix up the metas. Some changes deny previously overpowered peeks, including this window peek into Garage on Hideout. This white tarp in Garage is no longer penetrable. On Skyscraper, the one-way angle from Broadcast has been removed, as well as the radio wallbang through shutters. On Ship, the bomb site has been pushed back so a previous plant spot is no longer possible, like in Eternity versus Acer in the NA semifinals. Can't wait to see you in game!
Still tucked in. Doesn't get flashed. There's the canal with a double kill. Minnow Tiger with slide. Nessie gonna clean up things with final frag, and just like that, F3 are getting chipped apart by Heyne in their headshots. Bot is exposed, and down they go. Can Heyne find the quadra kill with the Taurus in hand? Good rotation. The surprise Heyne here. Trying to bait out a missed shot, and they do not. Heyne, what the heck? A quadra kill.
My name is Heyne, and I play for Fusion VRML. I come from Echo. I love Echo VR, and I played that game since it came out in VRML. Going from Quest 1 to Quest 2 was jarring, and same thing for going to Quest 3. Echo was a very fun workout, and going to here, it's just, I can sit here for hours. The Taurus is my, I don't want to say my brand, but it's my thing. I've been using it since day one. I love that gun. If you use Hollow on Taurus, you're weird. That's kind of weird. Everyone should use Red Dot. I laugh and giggle a lot. I'm so happy no one else hears comms, because I am a horrible teammate. Every moment's chaos on Fusion. I was just listening for footsteps. Do you know how Mike Tyson used to fight? he would just stare them down, look at their heads. I either hit the headshot with the Taurus or I die instantly. That's just how the Taurus goes. Because the Taurus demands so much confidence. But if you're not confident, that's the biggest thing by far.
It went through my hand. Better. One. Last guy. There. No.
He's outside.
I'm excited for the lane. That's gonna be fun. No matter what happens, I'm going there for sure. I'm just gonna walk around. Most people recognize me, and I'm gonna recognize almost everyone. I'm gonna have a good time no matter what happens, and that's what I'm going there for. It's gonna be a cool, very cool experience. I'm gonna hang out with Bob for a ton of it. I love Bob. That guy's awesome. He's gonna be there with his mother, and I'm gonna say hi to both of them. I love you, Bob. I love you, Bob.
Welcome back from our brief little break. We're back with Formula 3 versus IVI-NA. We're already one map into this series, and it was a tie, a 6-6 split, and let's give the teams the go-ahead to get started with this game. We're just ready to hop right back in the action here. Everybody's reconnected for these teams, and we're going to get started with our second map of this matchup, which is going to be Skyscraper. All right, map number 2 here. IV starting off on the offense, F3 on defense. And I don't know, how did we get to Skyscraper and giving F3 defense?
Okay, here's the thing on NA. I felt like we've got, every single time during this run of, top 8, I felt like every single map 2 was Skyscraper. I feel like it's always with Skyscraper. No, never mind. I feel like no, map 2 in I forgot the last series I casted.
That would be
Fusion Ignite. There we go. That was Hideout, but I think it's just a weird thing. Maybe it just ended early.
Map 2 was Skyscraper for that.
Oh, okay. So it's just been a map 2 Skyscraper every time.
Yeah, it's been map 2 Skyscraper every time, and I don't know. Maybe Ivy are confident that they can get some offensive pace early here, but they're going to need at least one. There's no way. There's no way.
No, you can't
No
make that blunder.
way.
You can't.
What is that? Are
How
you
do
kidding
you pull
me?
that off?
Are you kidding me? If they lose this round, that would be one of the biggest sells we've seen in Breach's VRML history.
Did they forget to throw the nade?
I think the bodies are at like they're inviting entry a bathroom, but I think they just got mixed up by like them getting shot. But the push is through, Bot's able to find one. Does he push through? Gets the trade as it's just down to Hero in a 1v2. Shots being with that Spectral. Hero trying to at least find a pick, but that is a guaranteed plant coming in from iBlame, and that is a free post plant, and that's gonna force iBlame to go out of the window, and that is definitely a guaranteed round for the side of IV. But I just can't think of that blunder.
Unbelievable. Team killing both yourself and the teammate. Hero does manage to find the kill on Dusty. And now the pressure is on iBlame to just stall Hero for long enough. But, I mean, if you're Hero, this is such a tough situation to recover from. You've got to pick either left or right. And iBlame is going to find that kill as round one goes to IV. And if we're talking about rounds that, you know, need to go, you know, towards the offense to give them enough padding when they go to the second half, I think that's a perfect start for IV. And it was just so avoidable, you know?
Yeah, I mean, and
that's that is a need to remember that I know Old Gravy's gonna go in there and make a meme about it.
Yeah,
that is definitely a meme potential.
Oh man, I mean that, and the crazy part was F3 were still able to bring it down to a 1 versus 1. Like,
just imagine if that nade didn't go off and killing Ash and Old Gravy.
I don't know, but that's certainly something, and IVI being able to get that pistol around, I mean, that's going to be a great start, especially being on the offense here. But maybe Hero and Bot doing a little, the Macarena actually for the cast, so love to see it. Maybe that is the anti.
That wasn't caught on Bob's cam. We have it. So
good.
Good. But yeah, maybe that was the anti team kill nade that dance there. Maybe warding off some bad spirits. But anyways, getting into the second round here, and it's gonna be an anti-eco.
I mean, it's just such a blunder that really is going to come back to impact their team, I feel. But anyway, you know, I mean, what's done is done. You're just going to have to recover as best as you can. And Angel did that with a beautiful double kill as Hero finds Uncle Ron. And already we're down to a 2 versus 4. Did they invest in Vesins? I don't think they did.
No, they only went with SMGs. But even then, they have the EMP down.
And they're going to get a heal off of that. What a bizarre setup for IV. I'm not sure what their plan was. I guess they were going to try and overpower upper lounge. Old Gravy finds solo. And it's now just down to I Blame My Aim. Last member of IV standing.
The peak there. Jiggleby's coming in from Ash. They do have SMGs in hand. And goodbye. That's going to force Blame up the stairs. Doesn't even matter. Bot finds the kill with nade. That is a green FN nade right there. And that forces the tie, keeping it a 1-1 on Sky.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Macarena dance really helped out with that second nade there.
I mean, they did ward off the bad spirits of the
yes, they did.
Teammate kill.
But Angel, once again, like, that F3 just like between that round and between the round Old Gravy got with the Viper on last map, they're just like notoriously good again, these eco frags, and just being able to, you know, win some of these eco rounds. And like, especially when, you know, sure, IVI did not invest as much. They didn't have like a Vezin or anything, but that's not what you want to happen. Like that, more often than not, that should be a round that goes in your favor. And, you know, IVI losing 2 anti-ecos in this series, that's that's not really looking super great for them, but it's looking fantastic for F3.
I'm just looking at the chat right now. They're just witnessing that round 1 nade, and they're just calling it S tier frags. I mean, what would you
S
call
tier
it?
frag.
A
No,
S-tier frag,
no,
Bob?
no. Double F tier frag. Double F tier frag.
S tier frag, NA frag, U frag.
That's like a breacher. Like you're like a breacher's tier, Bob. Like a breacher's teacher right there. Like you're just grading on how good the nade was.
That was a little breacher's blunder tier frag. That. Wow, that's gonna be a meme for quite some time. But
that is gonna be up in there with the proxy foam.
Yeah, yep, the proxy foam that we saw during season 1. But in any case, we're here on round 3 now, and Old Gravy catching solo as Angel looks for another one at the end in Lobby Lounge. They've picked up 1 round here on IV, but so far, their defense has been the defense has been quite successful here on F3 when we're not seeing themselves blow up.
Really
but Dusty does find Hero as a smoke is tossed into the back of Conference. Bot finding a frag. Potentially they do. S-tier frag from Bot as it's now just down to Gizmo and I blame my aim in a 2 versus 3 with a minute 40 on the clock.
That nade is not killing the teammates. That's killing the enemies. And it's just down to I win my aim and Gizmo in a 2v3. They do have that wall open, and that's gonna have Blame push in, going solo, but Gizmo's able to find Angel. But Old Gravy's there for the trade. That is gonna be a round gain for F3. The economy is definitely staggered for the side of IV.
Yeah, I mean, it's, we know that Skyscraper tends to favor the defense a good amount, and so F3 doing a good job of just securing the necessary rounds that they need. But I mean, they're doing it, they're doing it with grace too. I mean, their util usage now, after round 1 is on point. They're securing a grenade kill, even just getting the damage, and they're getting the trades that they need to, and they're just holding it down. And as much as they can continue to do that, they could actually shift this entire series rather into their favor. I mean, it is still early, but getting that first full buy round is definitely something that F3 need.
Yeah, getting a lot of momentum here after their unfortunate mishap. But yeah, Vezins, Heels, and IV are definitely on a big eco here. Triple Omens. I'm wondering, are they just hurting their eco at this point though, or is it really worth it to buy SMGs?
I feel like if you go with the Omens, because they are definitely on because they can't start the loss bonus, because that doesn't fully have good use until rounds 3, until you lose 3 or 4 times. So this is bad, but they're just gonna go straight into it with no drone, and Bot is just shooting through the wall. All members are going to Old Gravy from the hallways, able to take down 2, and all of a sudden, just like that, IVI are just out of it.
What a bizarre round that we saw there. I think it was Pennypacker in the chat who said that was I think the second time they entered the building with without a drone, and they had one. I don't know if they had a drone here, but I feel like they're really denying themselves free intel.
You know what I think? I think they just had, maybe this is an IVI fan just coping, but I think it was just a stick drift that had 3 upper members just push into the hallway with no reason. But Gizmo is in a world of hurt right now, unable to deny the wall bang coming in, and that is a 3rd secured for F3, and it's another flawless.
I'm trying to think of what was the supplement we came up for W key. I know there's like thumbstick or
thumbsticks. Oh, heavy. I think it was. Heavy
thumb.
Heavy thumb.
Yeah, heavy thumb. That's what it was.
I still call it W keying, anyways.
Yeah.
I just hold forward on the joystick. That's what they did.
If you're done,
if they do it for no reason, I think it's fair enough to call it stick drift.
I think we need to get Meta and Valve to actually put W keys on some of these controllers.
Yeah, no, we just have a keyboard, like those like specific keys you find on those weird things you find at like stores or like expos, where they just have the key you can press on, and it's just there. It just constantly holds W.
Yeah, absolutely.
We should make a patent for it.
VRML official patents. Yeah. I'll let you two work on that. But meanwhile, we're looking at Solo and Uncle Ron outside of the podcast room where both Angel and Old Gravy are waiting. This is probably going to have a pretty ugly ending as Solo opens up the window, Uncle Ron opening it. They're looking for Angel. I'm wondering if we might see them try and bait out. Yeah, Angel's over there trying that. And Old Gravy, I think, is going to do a lot of damage here as Solo moves in. And Old Gravy finds the kill. Uncle Ron looking ahead, maybe back up to the roof, but they're already giving up a pick to F3 at the start of this round.
Yeah, no, we're definitely going to be looking at SMGs for the next round for the side of IV. And they went in with a drone, but for some reason they just tunnel visioned and not able to clear out broadcast for some reason. They're not able to clear control, but now they're going to have to go down player. They don't have any type of utility to try and get any information. They're out of drones. And the only utility they have is breaching foam, smokes, and a nade.
Just a minute 50 left now on round 5. I blame on upper north stairs. Uncle Ron hanging outside of the window to upper lounge. Old Gravy still sitting in the podcast room, having a very nice time all by themselves. Maybe making a meme as we speak, but I blame this.
I think Old Gravy just that one intern at those
What
never
is
mind.
this?
He's just dropping down, going to the lower floor, but they just know then. They just maybe buy time off.
Wonder if they might get intercepted by iBlame. We'll have to catch up on that exchange later. Meanwhile, we're seeing Uncle Ron and Gizmo on upper north with just a minute left on the clock. It's a 4 versus 5, and Ivy are nowhere near the site right now, and neither is the EMP. Old Gravy, oh my goodness, drops iBlame my aim as Hero finds a kill onto Uncle Ron. Gizmo catches 1, catches 2. Can they find a potential third? But they're sitting in fire right now, very low on health, and there's just 45 seconds left. They have no possession of the EMP, and Old Gravy is just taking their time. They realize, they don't need to do anything. They're just watching the EMP, and IV is going to have to struggle to get that back. We now just have half a minute on the clock as Dusty looking to make the move and get that EMP back, but they're going to have to go fast. Only 25 seconds left on the clock, and Old Gravy is still downstairs.
Just save. You have to go for the save. Your economy is already damaged, as that's what could be happening. 15 seconds left. EMP is unretrievable, and that is a guaranteed 4 for the side of F3. And if you're IV, what do you think next? Because you've tried almost quote-unquote everything. You tried to get this drone, you tried to roam, try to find at least a couple of pieces of information, but it's just not working.
Yeah, being down 4-1, is it just the skyscraper syndrome where it's just, really defender sided, or, have IVI just truly lost momentum here? F3, they're just getting the opening picks and they're just holding it down, and they're making it look like it's easy, at this point.
Yeah, they had that hiccup, but yeah, absolutely, they've been dominating ever since that first loss to IV. Now that could potentially come back to haunt them, as we've discussed here. Where can IV bring it back on the defense now that they've picked up at least one round on offense? It's certainly possible for them to come back and have that flawless defense and manage to go, all the way. We'll see if they can pick up a second round here and go 4-2 into the second half. But with the way that F3 is playing, unless they make, another massive glaring mistake, I don't think they'll be able to crack open the defense here again.
Yeah, they try, but here, see the side of IV. They're finally using that drone maybe to clear out a couple of roams. Because they've been a bit more paranoid. They haven't found a single roamer. Even when they try to go in with no droning whatsoever, they end up getting caught. You see the hatch coming in from B being thrown, nade thrown towards the connector side. Angel calling out that there is action towards the side of B as Old Gravy with the roam able to take down Solo. And Old Gravy has just been absolutely finding these IVI members. and just getting away for free.
Old Gravy has just been an absolute MVP for F3, as they've just been, I mean, on Hideout with the Viper, and then here they've just had a tremendous performance as that roamer. We do see Dusty playing the hatch, but it's already a 5 versus 4. And I'm not sure what the play is going to be here from IV. They're very underpowered in terms of weapons and utility. And I'm not sure there's going to be an easy way to turn this around in their favor.
It's just hard. Yeah, there's just absolutely nothing. They don't have the utility. They don't have the gunpowder. They have 2 Vezins. But the way that F3 is positioned, they have this advantage to just go for these peaks and do a bunch of chip damage to the side of IV.
Oh my
goodness!
goodness!
They're actually gonna be dropping in. Dusty and Uncle Ron drops in. Dusty is just pushing through that smoke. Unable to find one. Old Gravy team kills with Ash. But that push has horribly failed as it shuts down the Gizmo in a 1v4. No saving this time. You're going to have to go for the kill. But Angel is just watching that hatch. And it's a 5-1 lead into the second half.
Wow. I think, wow. Oh, wow. We see some toxicity coming out from Old Gravy. Shooting the body of Ash. That's going to be some AP for that. But no, anyways, so we do see we're moving into the second half. F3 with a 5-1 lead. The question is, was one round enough for IV to turn this around?
Bob, I feel like that's the most, I would say, wordy way to say, are they going to get 5-1 here?
Okay.
now that I said it, I feel like, no, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm pretty confident that F3 has the positioning and gun skill to just force gain 2 rounds at most. Hopefully they don't repeat what happened back in the first half and accidentally kill themselves with a frag grenade.
I'm thinking it really comes down to this pistol round. I mean, F3 are able to secure this pistol round that it's basically GG's, right? You know, and you get 7-1, like that's real tough. But you know, if IVI are able to secure the pistol round, you know, maybe we see a chance of a comeback. And again, you know, we talked about how Skyscraper is, you know, pretty defender sided, but we'll see if F3 are able to make it happen on this offense.
Shout out to Chumbait, one of our wonderful casting crew members here, has been making the polls. I expect we'll see one in there. If the 5-1 curse is going to happen or not, make sure you get a vote in when that does happen. But currently, Uncle Ron picks up quite a bit of damage off of, I believe that was a frag grenade. Ash finding some damage as well, as F3 are looking to make entry into server room. They've already got somebody in red room right now. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Gravy's dropping, Angel's dropping, Bot waiting to drop, but there's the breaching foam on the server wall into broadcast room. I blame is tucking. Uncle Ron may potentially look to make a move. They're tossing a frag in a server. Oh my goodness, that almost found Ash. Good movement though, as Old Gravy does manage to find a kill. I blame find a kill of their own. It's a double now as Ash looks for a refrag, but Hero finds it instead. And it's now down to a 3 versus 3. Ash, Hero, and Bot against Gizmo, Uncle Ron, and Big Lunch, but Gizmo finds Hero. Ash finds Uncle Ron. We're now down to a 2v2 as Bot looking to rotate around. It's now a 1 versus 2 with that Taurus. Can they find these picks onto Big Lunch and Gizmo? Just a minute and a half on the clock. Oh my goodness, there's one headshot, and it's just down to this. Can Bot find the headshot onto Gizmo to give map points to? No, it doesn't happen. Gizmo finds it instead. It's a 2-5 game, and IV now gaining some of that much needed momentum here on defense.
Man, that is crazy stuff coming out there. You know, again, just these two top teams, it's so close. It comes down to these 1v1s, and you know, it really is truly amazing to see. But you know, IVI, they needed that pistol round in order to be able to stay in this game, and you know, they're full investing here with 2 Vezins, you know, a little bit of utility as well. They want to secure as many rounds in the second half, again, just to try to stay in this. And you know, even if they make one mistake right now and you know, 1 round drop, that could spell the game for them.
Yeah, there certainly isn't a whole lot of margin for error still. I mean, one round, like Yellow had said, could still spell the end. But That's certainly a better start for IV, as it looks like F3 are getting ready to full send it into upper lounge. They've got spectrals across the board except for Angel, and there they go, 4 strong into upper lounge, as it looks like it is going to be that full send down into management. There goes the hatch, there goes a frag. Could we potentially see some more util dumped in there? No, it doesn't happen. Dusty finding a bit of damage. Oh my goodness, this might be a slaughter on F3, but it looks like they may try a couple of different angles instead of just full sending it down the hatch.
And they open up that wall on A too, so they're gonna try somebody else. But iBlame is able to take down Gravy, who tries to peek through that window outside towards the lounge area. But the side of F3, they are still out on this upper level. And I don't know what Bot was thinking, but you can't reach it from there, buddy. You can't reach that wall from there. I respect the attempt, but you might have to talk to Triangle Factory about that one.
Extended breaching foam barrel or something
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think you just truck your controller. like go up your stairs, chuck the controller down the stairs, and then have someone just spray the press the trigger.
Well, that might.
If anyone's planning on doing it, no, do not do that. You will receive AP. I repeat, do not listen to the commentators.
Yeah,
you will receive AP for that.
Yeah, don't listen to her there. That's not a good idea for competitive breaches. But no, we got a minute and a half on the clock. It's a 5 versus 4. I mean, we're looking at F3 using quite a bit of their time here just sitting upstairs. I'm waiting to see a potential full
They might do a last minute push.
Yeah, they might do it. If they drop into conference, well, that would force iBlame, Uncle Ron, and Dusty to rotate. But oh my goodness, Big Lunch had the vision. It's a massacre. As it's now just down to Hero, who's all the way over in lower lounge, and they have to 1v5 with just the spectral. I mean, Big Lunch did pick up a fair amount of damage. Here comes the hunting party, as Hero is just in a really bad spot right now. Dusty goes down though, with 50 seconds on the clock. Will iBlame catch a pick here? No, they won't catch the pick. Big Lunch still very low. We see somebody trying to shoot through the wall. Just 35 seconds left to go in this round, though, as Big Lunch may catch this pick on Hero. Where are they? No, they're just waiting just inside a conference. Hero looking to swing, and Uncle Ron finds the pick, as it's now 3-5, and IV just 2 rounds off of tying this up with F3.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of rooting for Hero there because 3 of them were one, or
Yeah, they were one tap
from a spectral. So you gotta hope for some sort of miracle there. But no, Ivy quickly shut that down, and now we're gonna see our first full buy round. So I mean, especially going into the late game here, I think this round is gonna be kind of the determining factor. Again, Ivy don't really have the rounds to play with, so they need essentially a perfect half here, which F3 were almost able to achieve on the first half.
I do want to say, let's pull up that scoreboard real quick, and I want to say, someone help Gravy. Because if Gravy's going 11-3, then there definitely should be a bigger lead.
Yeah, Gravy's fighting quite the battle over here on Formula 3.
It's just a 1v9.
Well, I wouldn't say that the teammates are also somebody that they're fighting. We're not playing.
I mean, to be fair, all of them played a part. They all mattered.
Yeah.
In each round, so
it's not like everybody else has 0 kills, But
I'm getting Fusion Ignite flashbacks.
Okay, as we see. Oh my goodness, no way, old Gravy goes down to a frag.
We went bowling.
Yeah, went bowling there, and it was a strike, absolutely, as we see Angel making their way through lower north hallway along with Hero. Bot outside in courtyard right now. Gizmo just tucking. What is this angle that they're holding on Trash Can? But they managed to catch a kill on Angel anyway, as it's now just down to a 3 versus 5 with Ash and Hero still in lower north hallway. Dusty finds one, but they do get refragged by Ash. Hero takes out Gizmo, so it's now just down to a 2 versus 3.
See Ash and Bot still outside, haven't made progress towards any of the sites. All that chaos was towards the hallway, and even then, there's wall bangs going through. Besides, on that B wall, trying to shoot through the center. See a little bit of a slower pace coming in from F3. They had to play a little bit more cautious. They do have that EMP in their hands as well as a health syringe, so they could probably take a couple of these engagements before having to back up. But the breaching foam is set on that B hallway. Just a matter of time before they opt to maybe go for it. But I think they're maybe trying to play for a bit of a flank here. See Bot trying to go through and maybe just think about something. See Big Lunch. Actually, yeah, I think they're gonna go for this fake. They're committing to the EMP's committing towards this hallway side. But there's a minute 5, but that proximity alarm is gonna force Bot out of position. So now there's a minute left.
I blame my aim is tucking in bathroom though, and they may catch.
I'm not sure they realize it.
Here. Oh my goodness! There goes Ash. Is it the double? It's not yet. Bot might go down here. They're all alone in bathroom. They picked up damage from every angle, and I blame my aim. Secures the double to make it 5-4 Yellow Hat. We are now just 1 round away from IV tying this game up with F3.
Turns out sitting on a toilet can in fact get you kills, as I blame my aim showed us in this round. And yeah, I mean
that's like the epitome of go to using the toilet, being there, and like scrolling on the phone. But that is just straight up working well.
Yeah.
I don't know how long Blaine was there, but Blaine was there for the entire round.
He did his job and he anchored, and that's what IV really needed.
I blamed did their business and got 2 kills out of that.
Figuratively and literally.
Okay, all right.
but anyways, we try to have fun here, and we do have a lot of fun. And again, shout out to everybody watching today, and shout out to everybody being here and making this league what it truly is. But again, these matches super intense. IVI clawing their way back to try to see if maybe they can either tie their game or even get the win. I mean, both teams really looking to see if they can get a map win. But anyways, we're getting close.
It means so much to both teams to win this, move on to the semifinals, and potentially go to VRML Con 2024. The 20th and 21st of July in Denver, Colorado. They're both competing for this now. Old Gravy with the trusty Viper once again. They made a lot of use out of it on Hideout. Can they potentially put it to use once again? I blame my aim, firing some shots as Old Gravy did manage to get those trip mines out of the podcast doorway. A flash is tossed in, but Big Lunch catches 1, catches 2. Can they find a potential 3rd pick? They get refragged. I blame, however, quick to find a kill as Gizmo takes out Hero. Bot dropping I blame my aim. They toss out a flash that's going to force Uncle Ron to rotate, but they're in a 1 versus 3. Uh-oh. It doesn't catch them, but Bot is on 9 health right now.
Yeah, that is just a slitter of HP. And I think it's just 1 single wallbang, and that's it. Just Bot playing with life here. And this is a guaranteed tie here. Has to retrieve that Vezin in hand. But if you're F3 here, just what do you do? Because you blew a 5-1 lead, and now it's a guaranteed tie. And I think I'd say the first step, if you're F3, just reset your mentality.
I think that frag grenade is coming back to haunt them in the worst possible way. Because, yeah, this is, like Kurtaj pointed out, this is going to be that tie-up for F3 and IV. And then the pressure's really starting to mount because round 11's coming up. And the winner of that is that's going to send one team into match points. So F3's window of opportunity is quickly closing, and we're watching the 5-1 curse play out before us. I understand we're speaking with the very inventor of it here right now.
All right. Okay. So listen, I did not invent it. All right. I just called out. It. Okay. All right. I can't defend myself much longer, but All right, this did not start because of me, okay? I just called out. Yeah, no, they're just blowing 5-1 leads, and all of a sudden everyone else is doing it. It's happening on other casts too, not just me. All right. So I'm not sure where you're getting that logic.
I don't know.
I'm just getting. I'm getting flamed.
Yeah, you said you were the inventor of it, so I was just honored by your presence, the inventor of the 5-1 curse. But anyways, we're now tied up completely, and Yellow Hat, I want to get your analysis on it.
Man, I mean, you gotta wonder: is it skyscraper syndrome? Is it just the fact that it is so defender sided, or have F3 just lost momentum? I mean, that it started off with a 1v1 on pistol round. That was a loss. And then, now again, just their pushes are getting shut down, and IVI are starting to wake up this game. And, we're seeing that right now. And, now it's like, is this going to be another 6-6? Like, is map 3 going to have to decide truly everything? Or, are we going to see one team prevail ahead of the other? And, it's a tough call right now. It really is. I mean, I could see IVI pulling ahead just purely based on the side advantage, but, who knows what F3 still have left up their sleeve. They have full utility. They can make something happen. It's just a matter of them actually making it happen.
Fresh 3 minutes on the clock as we begin round number 11. F3 are looking to turn things around. They do have a nice 5 stack of Vezins as well as some heals to give them a foothold, hopefully, against IVNA. But Dusty is out alone amidst a sea of crossfire. They managed to find Old Gravy, but do get refragged by Ash, and they're not quite able to escape, as we did see a frag toss, but it's a 4 versus 4 very early here on round number 11.
Yeah, right off the bat, a exchange in gunfights, and those are 2 player shots in round 11 too. But I just think if you look back, that economy for the side of F3, it's crucial that they have to win this. They have to secure that round, otherwise, they're going to be on pretty bad econ. But you look at positioning coming in from F3, they are still waiting. They're outside that hallway. See the side of IV, still positioned well. They are really comfortable right now. They don't have to do anything. They don't have to make any pushes. They just have to let all that action come to them.
Just a minute 40 on the clock now, as Angel does get foam on the management wall. Uncle Ron with quite the tuck in the back of management. I haven't seen that for quite some time, but they may be able to make it work. I blame IM, just fine spot through... Oh, with a headshot there. I thought it was through the wall, but it doesn't happen. Uncle Ron waiting for that, but Big Lunch catching 1 kill, and here comes the swing from Uncle Ron, but it doesn't work, as it's now a 2 versus 3. Ash and Hero in a pretty tough predicament here with just a minute left on the clock. Hero looking to swing.
Watched. Oh, I'm getting nervous. Hero and Ash stuck in a 2v3. They haven't made progress, but Ash is slow walking in. Clears Blame, and that's down to a 2v2. Hero finds Big Lunch 2, and that is 6, and they come back, and they have that lead, and all they just gotta do is close it out. And IV, they just need 1 more to force another tie. But if you're F3, this is great, but you have to close it out here.
Wow, I mean, what a shock. It looked like they had that on IV, but yeah, now the pressure's going to be on, because, I mean, a win here would tie up the map like Yellow Hat was talking about earlier.
Yeah, I mean, F3 being able to pull that round back and getting that, I mean, that is massive props to them, first of all, but oh my, that's something to see.
Yeah, and wow, a 6-5 game, so now there's extra pressure on F3 to potentially break through and correct their mistake. They broke the 5-1 curse, shockingly, which is not something you often see, let alone on Skyscraper against a team that's playing defense. But We saw a slip up there from IV. So now it's up to F3 to capitalize off of that and potentially go for the first map here. IV got casted out of the round 1 of the tournament in season 1, I believe by F3. So there's definitely a bit of a grudge here, because if it happens again, that would be just heartbreaking for IV to go so well in the regular season, finish up in second place, and then get eliminated once again in the first round. But hey, there's still a long way to go. 2.5 minutes on the clock as we begin the final round of map number 2.
The proximity alarm goes off inside of server as F3 has made their way. Another drone. They know that hallway is cleared, and there's a grenade prime from Old Gravy. Oh, that is a misplay. That only takes out the door blocker and doesn't find Uncle Ron. So now that door blocker is open, but they have to be careful because that is going to be watched, and Old Gravy goes down to Uncle Ron, and it's just down to a 5v4. Could this be the potential of a 6-6 tie? And the 5-1 curse strikes again as Angel actually finds Dusty, who is tucked all the way in that corner. What a green up nade right there. As it's just down to a 4v4 as all F3 members have to regroup by the server side.
And here it looks like we're going to see that push set up through server room. They've foamed that server wall into broadcast. I blame still sitting behind the box towards the back of broadcast, and there's just a minute 25 on the clock. There's the wall. It's opened up. We see incendiaries and smokes tossed in the back. That it doesn't actually affect I blame, but if somebody does try and rotate through broadcast, it will close off their line of sight. Flashbang in the room. It doesn't catch anybody, but I blame pushes up. Gets caught by Angel. Uncle Ron finds a pick on Ash. Gizmo finds one on a hero. We're now in a 2 versus 3. It's down to Angel and Bot to close out this round for Formula 3 with just 55 seconds left to go. Bot out in broadcast hallway. Big Lunch finds Angel. Bot finds one, but Big Lunch reflags. We just saw a tie here on map number 2. And now we're gonna go to a third map, and nobody has pulled ahead in this matchup.
I don't think that's something I'll ever see again. Oh, what?
What a series of events there. What do you think, Yellow Hat?
Oh my, I think we're all eating our words right on the casting bench right now as we are seeing 2 draws in a row.
There okay, I want it to happen, but I think for the sake of, us somehow having the magical powers to manipulate games, I think it's just better we don't say what we think.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not saying anything.
You got to do your job, though. You got to cast. So you got to talk about it.
But you see, I'm gonna get a lot of flame if I call it and it somehow works.
All right, so I'll manifest. We're all gonna, not be, rich. We're not all gonna not be successful, and yeah, totally. That's what's gonna happen. But no, in reality, both these teams came to play today, and this is kind of I think this is also the magic of postseason that you're seeing right here. As beforehand, last time these two teams faced off, IVI just easy wiped the floor with F3, no problem. And now we're seeing, both teams, just able to, come back from what seems like an impossible comeback and just, being able to do it up. And, these are even matches. Both these teams are, top 5, I think, NA or whatnot. And you're seeing kind of the magic again of postseason of just where, both these teams are really able to capitalize on each other, making a mistake. Both these teams are able to just, really just be coordinated and, just being able to, kind of, for lack of a better term, do the thing. But but yeah, I mean, I don't think any one of the 3 of us expected this to go, the way of 2 ties, and it all comes down to map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, oh wow, I think we may be heading into another 10-minute timeout, but I mean, what a shock. We're getting ever closer to that 4th map, that big tiebreaker. This final map is going to mean a lot. I mean, whoever wins this series. They're going to move on to the semifinals. So And at the same time, if this ends in another 6-6, we're going to play a fourth map. And then I have no idea how we decide who moves on to the semifinals if we're going to play a fifth map on top of that.
Fifth,
what happens if that's a tie
fifth.
too, Hertosh? What do we do then?
I think we just repeat the cycle, force it to a best of 7.
Oh my goodness, yeah. It's certainly been quite the matchup here. I'm gonna confirm with the teams really quick whether or not we are on a timeout, and then we might take a small break ourselves. But wow, I have no idea where we're gonna go for map number 3. But if it's anything like this game, I'd be happy any map that they pick. And we are going to go for that 10-minute timeout. So we're going to take a brief break. Don't go away, though, because we will be back with the finale, potential finale of one of the biggest and best matchups we've seen this season. Don't go away. We will be right back.
Hey there, I'm VRML. Breacher's competitive update has brought many great changes to our beloved game. Beyond adding rank, Triangle Factory has expanded headshot damage to the neck, as well as some map changes that are sure to balance and mix up the metas. Some changes deny previously overpowered peaks, including this window peak into Garage on Hideout. This white tarp in Garage is no longer penetrable. On Skyscraper, the one-way angle from Broadcast has been removed, as well as the radio wallbang through shutters. On Ship, the bomb site has been pushed back so a previous plant spot is no longer possible, like in Eternity versus Acer in the NA semifinals. Can't wait to see you in game!
Still tucked in. Doesn't get flashed. There's the canal with a double kill. Minnow Tiger with slide.
Nessie gonna clean up things with final frag, and just like that, F3 are getting chipped apart by Heyne, and their headshots. Bot is exposed, and down they go. Can Heyne find the quadra kill with the Taurus in hand? Nessie with good rotation. Able to surprise Heyne here. Trying to bait out a missed shot, and they do not. Heyne, what the heck? A quadra kill.
My name is Heyne, and I play for Fusion VRML. I come from Echo. I love Echo VR, and I played that game since it came out in VRML. Going from Quest 1 to Quest 2 was jarring, and same thing for going to Quest 3. Echo was a very fun workout, and going to here, it's just, I can sit here for hours. The Taurus is my, I don't want to say my brand, but it's my thing. I've been using it since day one. I love that gun. If you use Hollow on Taurus, you're weird. That's kind of weird. Everyone should use Red Dot. I laugh and giggle a lot. I'm so happy no one else hears comms, because I am a horrible teammate. Every moment's chaos on Fusion. I was just listening for footsteps. Do you know how Mike Tyson used to fight? He would just stare him down, look at their heads. I either hit the headshot with the Taurus or I die instantly. That's just how the Taurus goes. Because the Taurus demands so much confidence. But if you're not confident, that's the biggest thing by far.
And it went through my hand. Better. One. Last guy. There. No.
He's outside.
I'm excited for the lane. That's gonna be fun. No matter what happens, I'm going there for sure. I'm just gonna walk around. Most people recognize me, and I'm gonna recognize almost everyone. I'm gonna have a good time no matter what happens, and that's what I'm going there for. It's gonna be a cool, very cool experience. I'm gonna hang out with Bob for a ton of it. I love Bob. That guy's awesome. He's gonna be there with his mother, and I'm gonna say hi to both of them. I love you, Bob. I love you, Bob.
Ain't accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
There's Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3.
Oh no! Big Rule is right on top. What is this? And there's a double kill that comes in from Cozy from Streets. Hit to the EMP inside. Who fires? Oh my God! No! It's a fast 5, 4, 3.
Hey there, I'm VRML. Breacher's competitive update has brought many great changes to our beloved game. Beyond adding rank, Triangle Factory has expanded headshot damage to the neck, as well as some map changes that are sure to balance and mix up the metas. Some changes deny previously overpowered peeks, including this window peek into Garage on Hideout. This white tarp in Garage is no longer penetrable. On Skyscraper, the one-way angle from Broadcast has been removed, as well as the radio wallbang through shutters. On Ship, the bomb site has been pushed back so a previous plant spot is no longer possible, like in Eternity versus Acer in the NA semifinals. Can't wait to see you in game!
Still tucked in. Doesn't get flashed. There's the canal with a double kill. Minnow Tiger. Let's slide.
back once again after another short little break. We're going to a third map between F3 and IVNA. If you're just joining us, this is still just the first matchup here of this top 8 elimination. We're starting with IVNA versus Formula 3, and then we're getting into Eternity versus Horizon just after this game. But I mean, we just watched Hideout go 6-6. We watched Skyscraper go 6-6. We are getting very, very close to seeing that fourth map played out. We're just going to go ahead and give the teams the go-ahead to start as we get ready for the final map, potentially final map, which is going to be Factory. And it's one more map potentially. I keep saying potentially because this could very easily go to that 6-6 once again, and then we find ourselves looking for ways to break the tie between the two teams. But yeah, currently we do see F3 once again on the offense, IVNA on the defense. Spectrals across the board from both teams. Do you have a side that you prefer here, Yellow Hat?
You know, in all honesty of what I've played, I would say, you know, the defense is usually the better side on this map, at least in my experience. I could be wrong. I could be, you know, horrifically wrong here. And the caster curse, you know, presumes to haunt me again. But I would say that, you know, defense is usually the better side that you want to be on. And we'll see if F3, what they're able to do.
Frag tossed out into orange vendings. They do manage to avoid it, but Dusty swings out and finds two. Bot managed to catch one. Dusty looking for a third. Almost finds Old Gravy, and Old Gravy is forced to... Old Gravy is just going to decide to keep engaging as Gizmo and Dusty do manage to flee back into lockers. But as far as starting exchanges go, that was good for IV.
Yeah, those exchanges able to find two for the price of one. Just down to Gravy, Ash, and Hero. Meanwhile, Gravy is just on a slitter of HP, so Gravy has to play more cautious. Meanwhile, the other members of F3, they're gonna have to decide on something, because Gizmo and Dusty are towards the side, as the nade's gonna be thrown! That is green right there! Ash is able to take down Gizmo, making it to a 3v3. And with a minute 50 left on the clock, what does F3 decide here?
Well, it looks like they may try and push onto lockers. At least Hero and Old Gravy will. We do see Ash out by Blue Hallway. They catch Dusty immediately. And it is now a 3 versus 2, which started off looking like an IV advantage here, has quickly become more F3-sided. Uncle Ron firing some shots over that coming partition. There's the frag toss, though. Does it catch Ash? No, it doesn't. And there's the EMP, but Uncle Ron catches a quick 2. It's now just down to Hero as the EMP is getting defused. Eye-Blade goes down, and it's now just down to Uncle Ron who swings out, but Hero finds it instead. And round 1 goes to F3. Could that have been any closer? I'm not sure.
Man, you had that surely he had that defuse, right? Like, wow, that was a clutch coming in from Hero. I almost dare to say Hero was kind of gifted that one. I mean, the defuse was lined up. He had to run such a great distance, you know, put on the Nikes and just get all the way like halfway across the map, and he was still able to do it. Even just
I just think they had the Crocs. They were not on sports mode, so there was not enough time to run to the roof.
Man,
I'm pretty sure the roof was open, right?
The roof was open, but even then, like, you know, you had the diffuse there. That was certainly something, and F3 able to take that pistol round. That's going to be a great start coming out from them. What a clutch coming in by Hero, of course, and they are not backing down this round by any stretch. They want to keep that momentum going. We see 2 Vezins in hand, a boatload of utility. They are not playing around. Let's see it.
Fresh 3 minutes on the clock as we get started with round 2, and F3 with a beautiful first round under their belt, now investing into 2 of those round 2 Vezins. Can they find some momentum here against IV? Now that they found the first round, we could potentially see this turn around, but Gizmo does catch Old Gravy, and that's a good pick for IV starting off here in the first half.
Yeah, they haven't made their way into orange whatsoever, and you find that early pick because you have Gizmo just straight up swinging outside that meeting room window and immediately finds a pick onto Old Gravy. Meanwhile, the side of F3 haven't made their way inside the building. As I say that, they have made their way into orange. There's a frag grenade prime, or no, that's actually a drone. I only see red, so that's going to be the drone there. Maybe finally a couple pieces of information for F3 to try to work off of, as Uncle Ron does hear that drone available, knowing that it's going to be Rome, but it hasn't spot iBlame, who's actually towards that storage side. And the drone there spotting that there's at least 2, one by that connector and one by server side. That's gonna be a wall before that drone does go down. And that gives F3 enough information to try and work off and try to coordinate the push on.
Solo, Uncle Ron, they haven't really changed up positions that much. I guess Uncle Ron has rotated back out to the gravel hallway, a frag tossed into server. They're trying to shut off any kind of rotation. We did a mastering on the meta video for that frag, by the way. So make sure you check that out. Shout out to Plunge for showing Nightfire and everybody else how to do that. But in any case, a minute 10 on the clock now as Uncle Ron, Dusty still towards the back of site A. Hero catches Uncle Ron as Angel now drops through the hatch. Angel dropping 1, dropping 2 at this point. Oh my goodness, Angel just on a rampage through as F3 pick up their second round here. Now that we're going to see rifles come out from IV, could things potentially change up again?
It really depends. I mean, and I think the other thing, you know, of course, rifles, but, you know, how much utility do IV really have to work with? We actually see Gizmo going on the Knut, which I see a Knut there, and I am immediately excited because I love that gun so much. And, you know, we're happy to see it, and hopefully Gizmo can do something. I'm rooting for Gizmo this round, of course. But
he's going to do the Gizmo special. He just tucks into a corner after he doesn't check and gets a guaranteed 2 or 3 piece. That's how it's always.
Gizmo is one of the best Canuck players that you can find in North America.
What would you say better than? Okay, hold on. Start the debate. Who do you think is a better Canuck player, Gizmo or Sleepy?
How about Casey from Ragnarok? Are you kidding me?
That's. What? Well, that's EU.
Well, what is that? What is this discrimination against EU here, Todd?
No, you said North America, Bob. You said NA.
I guess I did, but I guess if we're looking at...
I went with the range of, okay, North American players.
Let's hope we don't get...
And then you went out of the way to the other side of the world and just went, yeah, Europe.
In any case, Old Gravy dropping down storage right now. Gizmo tucking with that Canuck. Old Gravy swings out. Gizmo finds one. Gizmo manages to get that Canuck kill as we do get started off here in round number 3. Angel looking to make their move in. iBlame is caught by Ash through the wall. Drone moving in, getting intel. Dusty's marked as Gizmo finds another, this time on the Hero with that Canuck. Can they find that Vezin? They do, and manage to rotate back into lockers along with a heal and a frag. Beautiful, beautiful recovery there from IV. It's now just down to a 3 versus 3. Can Angel find a potential pick here on to Gizmo? Now just 2 minutes on the clock here in round 3.
EMP still in the hands of F3. A frag grenade there, forcing Angel all the way back towards vending. A wall bang through, able to knock down Angel at 28 HP. No healing syringe for this side of F3. So that is going to be a huge chunk of damage that Angel has to work with. Meanwhile, the side of F3, no, not F3, IV, they are still going strong. You have Gizmo with the Canuck and able to retrieve a Vezin. That's what he said, a double kill coming in for Gizmo with that Canuck. But the breaching foam there from Angel has the AWOL ready. It's just a matter of time before that thing opens.
Bot looking for some damage in the back of the site. Dusty, very low. Gizmo, pretty hurt themselves. Ash is actually rotating into blue hallway right now. Just a minute left on the clock. Angel has possession of that EMP. They're waiting to do, I think it's going to be that two-prong, one through Cubby, the other through blue vending wall. Angel catches Uncle Ron, and it's now just down to Dusty and Gizmo to pick up the slack here for their team. Bot pushing up, finds Dusty. It's now just down to Gizmo. They found some kills already. Can they manage to clutch up in this 1v3? The EMP has been planted. Now just 45 seconds left on the clock. Gizmo looks to swing out, but Ash on the partition right now with just a peek up. They can find Gizmo. Gizmo looking for the headshot. They do find the kill on the bot, and it's now just a 1v2. They find the second Ash. Could they find the potential third? Onto Angel. They're also going to have to get that defuse in as well. There's the incendiary toss, but Angel out in blue hallway right now. They have the cloak. They have 28 bullets left in their gun. They're wasting a lot of ammo, but they do manage to find the headshot onto Gizmo to give F3 a hat trick in this third map.
Man, you know what? I think we did our jobs. That was a proper hype up of Gizmo because they had to get the ace clutch to try to win that, and they picked up 4 out of 5.
They got
so
4 kills. That is
a valiant effort coming out of Gizmo, and 2 of them with the Knut. Oh, that man has my heart right now. I love to see it, but yeah, no, I mean, Gizmo just doing pretty much all the work for IVI that round, but F3, they're starting to pull ahead, and it's a similar story to what we saw in game number 2, but will they be able to keep that lead, or will IVI be able to pull it back? That is the question.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know if IV is going to have the strength to get it on this round. Maybe potentially after they get that loss bonus. They're on 1 Vezin right now, 2 Omens, a Viper, and a Spectral. So they've got weapons to work with, but they're not, what F3 has right now. They've just had a tremendous offensive half here. I don't know. I've heard the argument that Factory's more defense-sided, and if this is how things are going for IV, I'm concerned for when they get onto offense.
Yeah, they start off offense, but Gizmo's actually able to find Ash off the rip before they even try entering a Molotov maybe there, but it ends up a bit too short. Angel from that window unable to find what immediately gets shot by a clay pigeon, but Hero's able to find Solo, but immediately goes down by that Viper. But in a world of hurt right now, Nate Throne, Dusty able to find another one with that Viper in hand, all down to Old Gravy into a 1v4, and just like that, it is over.
I feel like I'm not going to talk anymore because I said that they probably wouldn't win this round, and then here we go with this, where they just, I think they probably heard me, huh? They decided to lock in here, but wow, Old Gravy in a 1 versus 4. They've got a Vezin, they've got a heal and a cloak. I mean, there's no way that you go for this yellow hat. I mean, there's 2 minutes on the clock. There's 4 of them alive still. I feel like that would be very dangerous to try.
I mean, looking at F3's money, I mean, Angel and Hero might have enough to buy for next round, but Ash and Bot don't really have the cash, and Old Gravy would just barely be able to scrape by. So to me, it's more worth it. You're ahead 3 rounds. Just take the L for this round, focus up, regroup, and make sure that your economy is all in line.
Yeah, just a minute and a half left in this round. You saw a little peek there from Gizmo. They were looking for Old Gravy. Didn't find the kill. Gizmo might try going out there again, but yeah, certainly not the way they wanted things to go here, huh, Hertaj?
Yeah, definitely right there. They try to go through, try to open up towards the top side of Orange, and they end up getting shut down immediately. And then they try to coordinate this push and try to make some type of pressure onto Solo, and Solo still finds one. But you have Dusty with that Viper in hand and ends up taking out 2 members of F3 with just a single Viper alone. So that is a huge econ boost. Oh, double flash, nice. But yeah, it's just a huge econ boost because now they get Vezins in hand, and IV can start stacking up this economy.
Yeah, I think Old Gravy's just using up some of the util they have up there on the roof to occupy the time. But wow, I mean, we'll see if Ivy can turn this around. They already find their first round here on Factory. Will they be able to keep up some momentum here against F3? It was a strong start once again. Best case scenario for IV is to go 3-3 in the first half. Best case for F3, still the 5-1 is an option, but that remains to be seen if that will actually happen.
I mean, we have Hurtage here, so. You know,
all right. Another one.
And we also have me here, which we've established, you know, when we were taking a break, that apparently every time I cast a match, or, you know, am on the casting bench here, that 6-6s happen. I casted this F3 versus Acer game, and that was all 6-6s, and so, you know, that is in fact a possibility. So, you know, that is not out of the realm of the score line here, but yeah, I mean, F3, they're still up ahead 3 rounds on the offense. I mean, we'll see if they're able to lock it down to the defense, but, you know, even, you know, one more round, that could spell trouble for IV here.
I feel like, you know, if we keep Yellow Hat here, we might go to 20 maps with how many ties we're gonna have.
We might run Triangle Factory out of their server money. The amount of maps we have been playing.
We might, yeah. I mean, you know, maybe battery life is starting to get low for some of these people, some of these players who play on standalone. But I mean, hopefully they've got some spare batteries with them, or at least a charger. As this has been going on for quite some time, this matchup, as we're passing around the 3-hour mark since the stream started. And yeah, I mean, it's certainly been a battle of attrition here. F3 do still have that 2-round lead. They could potentially bring things even further with a 5-1 or a 4-2. But we'll find out. Just 2 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock, as F3 are playing a little bit more passively this time, playing a little bit slower, but they are getting their push set up. They're on the move, moving over into blue vendings, and I think we may see that 2-prong once again as a frag is tossed into side A. It finds some damage on Gizmo, too.
And still, Gizmo has some abilities in there. A frag grenade toss as well. Unfortunately, actually does chip a little bit on Gizmo, but incendiary toss from iBlame, but pretty sure that was kind of a wasted utility. Does buy enough time, but the wall on A is going to open. That opens up a new element for F3 to work with. A smoke toss from Uncle Ron denies that vision. It gives a lot more time for Uncle Ron to try to get something new. A stim there, toss from, I believe, iBlame to send Gizmo back up to 100 HP. So now there's another incendiary being tossed towards the door side, and it's just a util dump on the side of A, as it is still a 5-5 after all this, but Solo finds the flank and takes out Ash, who was watching the window. And it's just down to another 5v4.
Tough spot for F3 right now. Solo managed to get the pick, took out their flank watch. So now they've got to divert attention, and yeah, we're seeing a little bit of paranoia coming out from F3 right now. Old Gravy playing in blue hallway, or excuse me, blue vendings right now. With look, less than a minute on the clock, and we've got a 4 versus 5 on our hands. Are we gonna see F3 try and push the site? Are they gonna try and just salvage? I mean, they have hardly any time left to do anything in this round.
Yeah, it's just it's now a 5v3. They don't have the util, but Bot's able to find Uncle Ron, but immediately gets traded by iBlame. You have Hero, who's on the top with Old Gravy, able to take down Gizmo, but Dusty still has those 2 pieces of utility left in their pockets. But just what do you do here? Do you opt for the save, or do you even make an attempt to play on this? Because you have it there, but the tripwires go off. Nades being thrown towards the vending. Old Gravy makes her way into the cubby side. Tries to peek. Does not find one. But Hero goes down. All down to Old Gravy. But just on a slitter of health. What do you do? That's a second for IV.
Oh, they're catching up, Yellow Hat.
Oh, man. This is what happens when you bring me on the casting bench. Is that... You know, we start tying around here. So, you know, if you like that thing, then maybe you have me around a little bit more. And if not, then maybe I go elsewhere. But For real, no. IVI are able, or IV are starting to bring it back, and they could tie the half here. And I mean, F3 they don't have necessarily the best buy here. One of the players is on a Viper, and the other 4 are on Vezins, but not a lot of util to work with either. So this is going to be, we're starting to see them almost struggle a little bit on the or on the offense side. Trying to be able to get inside and being able to at least even get some sort of sight control here. IV are just definitely locking it down at this point, which is, a different story than the earlier part of the half here, but we'll see if F3 are able to kind of adapt here as we go into the final round.
Final round of the first half, that is, and we're getting ready to see the side swap afterwards. Will F3 be able to put up as good of a defense as they have an offense so far? Drone moving into orange storage. We could very well see that 6-6 here again on map 3, which would force us into some tiebreaker scenarios. We might have to consult with moderators here pretty soon on what exactly we're supposed to do here. I think we do go immediately to that 4th map there. I think there might be another step in between that. Not sure what that is. I don't know. We'll figure it out. 2 minutes 20 on the clock as Uncle Ron playing up pretty close to the front of orange storage. Solo's over, I think, in janitor right now, waiting for somebody to potentially go in through that window. Old Gravy watching into orange storage as they're trying to find a pick of their own, but 2 minutes on the clock, and looks like F3 trying to get things underway, but there's been quite a bit of resistance from IV.
Yeah, there's just no moving coming from the side of IV. F3 are starting to make their way in. You have Angel who's on that 2nd floor, and now there's being shots exchanged from both sides through that B wall. And now we have Old Gravy tucked in, trying to make a cross. But there's a Stagfield as well as Proxy. I blame in that office side between the connectors. So now there's going to be the spirit coming in from Hero. But I will definitely say, the moment that wall goes down, there's definitely going to be a few picks heading our way.
Yeah, Uncle Ron playing a pretty dangerous game there with where they're sitting under the rafters. That may net them a kill. It may not. It may get them killed. I blame and Uncle Ron both flashed from that. I'm shocked Uncle Ron also got flashed by that. But look at this, a minute on the clock, and we're down to a 5v5 once again. And I'm just wondering what is going on with the play calling here.
They're just maybe stalling because they know that if they lose this, they're going to be back with another tie. But Solo is actually able to find Gravy. That is the first step of this round. And we could be seeing a potential tie. Solo gets caught through, trying to head into janitors. And Ash pops through the window. Hero trying to find one through that cross. And it's just down to another 4v4. See Gizmo and Dusty as the dust has started to settle a little bit. Ash trying to pay a couple of peeks, but Dusty is hiding behind between that generator right there. The side of F3, they might make their way towards A as the wall's gonna open. Ash makes their way through. It could potentially be the side clear, but Uncle Ron takes out Hero. Dusty takes out Bond. Ash finds one, but Dusty goes able to find Ash, but Angel goes down as that is a tie, and we go to the second half with no lead whatsoever.
What a first half. I'm getting flashbacks to Hideout. I don't know if anybody else agrees here.
Just the 1,000-yard stare meme right there. It's just.
Yeah, have you seen the one with the Revolter? The Revolter in the.
Yeah, that one was. That's a good one.
Yeah, but IV, I mean, they were able to lock it down finally on that defense. But I mean, are they going to be able to carry this momentum into the offense, or are F3 going to actually be able to lock it down on the defense now? I mean, they have, it's got to be unfortunate. You start to finally get momentum, and then boom, side swap. So, and now you're swapping to a side that you're not, you may not be necessarily as confident on. So. Now, this first round, it's looking like we got a second floor push here. And, yeah, that is right. We got a second floor push. And so, it'll be interesting to kind of see, what IV are going to be able to do here with the limited amount of utility they have, as well as, it being pistol round, of course. But we see a Taurus and we see a Cyclone. So a little bit of change of pace here. But anyways, back to you two as we get started with the first round of the second half.
Looks like Angel may try and find a pick here onto Uncle Ron. Frag tossed in response. Doesn't quite work out. Angel going and looking to potentially double dip here and try and find a pick as Uncle Ron has found the hatch into kitchen. They're down to 23 health. Angel picking up a little bit more damage this time, though, as Dusty walks away as the victor of that exchange, I'd argue. There's the hatch opened up as a frag is tossed into the gravel hallway. I've talked with Gizmo before, and they've shown me that particular frag, and you can actually get it to go all the way into Site B and potentially find somebody who's on the bomb or by the fire extinguisher in kitchen.
Pulling that off is like a Valorant lineup at most. Like, you have to do some absolutely unorthodox way. So what a point about Ogre is actually able to find Gizmo before going down. And Angel able to swing right out freely, able to get another before going down. I do want to point out, Solo went through the heaviest flank possible and is starting to wrap blueprints. And it's only a matter of time before that goes through. And whether that is successful or not, that is going to give IV the success they need to just maybe opt for this push. See Solo making their way through B. They have it.
Oh, no,
they're
gonna
go
bot
through server.
Here.
They're gonna catch bot off, and that is their with the Cyclone in hand, and that is gonna force a rotate from the side of F3 as the wall is gonna open. Solo in a world of hurt right now, down to a 3v2, but this is gonna be a guaranteed post plant as it's just down to Ash and Hero.
Oh my goodness, what a switch up it was, but Hero does manage to find Solo. Here's the double swing. Hero and Ash, the tag team, but Hero picking up the triple kill to give F3 the first round here of the second half. They now take the lead 4-3. Oh my goodness. And I'm just shocked that that's how that turned out, Yellow Hat, because I mean, that looked like it was going to be IV's round to lose there.
I mean, you could see the great teamwork of F3 really coming in there. The last two, Hero and the other, just with the double peaks. And I mean, they were able to overwhelm the first player, which was Solo there. And then just Hero able to pick off the last two by themselves. I mean, that is just... You know, that was just a very nice retake coming out from the two of them. And getting that pistol round, again, that's setting F3 in the lead for this half. And, you know, whatever momentum F3 can get, if they can pull off this map win, I mean, that is, you know, that's great for them. But, you know, IV, you know, they're starting to lose the rounds that they have to be able to play with. So, you know, IV got to really lock in and dig deep. And, I mean, might not be this round, but we might see it in the future rounds.
Shout out to everybody watching the stream right now. 119 people I saw earlier in the matchup. We had 122 watching. Please, if you do enjoy what you're seeing here, like the stream and, you know, subscribe. We're almost at 2,000 subscribers so that you never miss any of the action that often occurs here on the channel. We do all sorts of content aside from just the regular cast that we do here. But, I mean... You know, even if we did just this, it'd be worth it for the amount of action that we've seen here. 4-3 right now on map number 3. We could potentially see Formula 3 take this and move on. Oh my goodness! It's a double frag as F3 have quite the start here to this round. It's already a 2 versus 5. With Uncle Ron over in Janitor right now. The EMP's all the way out outside of Orange Storage. That is an S+ tier frag from Ash right there. What an amazing frag grenade.
Yeah, Dusty tried to run back, and that ends up catching another one. And that also drops the EMP. As now IV, this is guaranteed impossible to try and come back from. You don't have utility, and there is you don't have the gunpowder to do it. You're gonna have to, if you want to try and win it, but Big Lunch is actually gonna get caught by Angel, but all down to Uncle Ron. But it's another flawless round coming in for F3. And if you're Uncle Ron, what do you even do? It's just a blink of an eye, half of your team's gone.
I'm not even sure what you do here in this scenario. I mean, maybe salvage? What would you do, Yellow Hat?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly think, you start a round off like that. I mean, what do you do if you're IVI? I mean, you threw the question to me, but I don't even really have an answer. I mean, you just try to see what damage you can do. I mean, it is an eco round for you, so there's not really too much of a loss. But I mean, Uncle Ron is saving this grenade for, supposedly a future round, and I mean, that's really it. When you start to drop 3 people like that fast, it's really, really hard to try to justify even going for anything, even going for a pick or something, because you just want to hold on to the economy that you have, especially in the late game. If you're economically down and it's towards the end of the game, that is not a good situation for you to be in.
Yeah, I think Uncle Ron just decided to salvage those 2 frag grenades and the Spectral as well. That's at least going to give them a little bit less utility to buy in round number 9, but goodness. I mean, what a frag. What a start to the round for F3. They're going to go 5-3 now. Hertage, is this... I mean, they can't go 5-1 anymore. You have failed to make this a 5-1 curse game. Do you think we could see F3 wrap this up here pretty soon?
It's definitely possible they could close it out, but we're going to head into another Vezin round. And as you said back earlier in maps 1 and 2, the moment IV get a Vezin in their hands, this could probably change the tide a little bit in terms of how the side of IV plays. And I think the question is, could we see a potential 5-5? Could we, or is it just another shutout? And could we see F3 going 7-3 from map number 3?
Well,
yeah.
I do still exist. So the 6-6 is still on the table.
If the 6-6 is still on there, it's still potentially in play.
Let's not get our hopes up, though. I mean, this is the first... I think this is the first time we've gotten to a 5-3 under these circumstances. I mean, I could be completely wrong there. But I don't know. I feel like F3 have some momentum here. We'll see. I mean, yeah, this is that all-important rifle round. But a win here would move them to match point. And then, they just need 2 rounds here. And that's so much easier said than done, but... Oh, no way! Angel catching an S-tier frag of their own. Another demoralizing start to the round for IVNA.
And just right off the early nade, and that could be potentially series point heading their way. See Big Lunch trying to change a couple of shots, but Big Lunch is on a slitter and gets shot through the wall as it's just down to a 5v3. Pick your poison, shoot the wall, you get shot through the wall. Now that's going to be the breach from set for this Cubby side hero tucked away. But in a 5v3, this is definitely demoralizing for the side of IV. They can probably be out of this finals immediately and have this set and still going 7-3, but right now, focus on the round. Angel trying to change a couple of shots in this Cubby side. But what do you do if you're IV?
They're in just such a tricky spot here. Frag tossed in the back of Site A, and it doesn't go where they wanted to. There's the breach through Blue Vendings with just a minute 35 left to go here in round number 9. We're seeing a proximity alarm going off out there as Dusty moving into storage. They're in just such a tricky spot. I mean, it's a 5 versus 3. They're trying to get into Cubby, but Hero's waiting in there. Ash is waiting to secure a refrag. Maybe Gizmo could potentially find a kill, but I don't know. Dusty does manage to take out Hero. Dusty and Uncle Ron both stacking in storage right now. Maybe things might start to turn around for IV. I hear a frag, though. Angel's got a frag.
That's frag.
Angel toss a frag.
That's too far.
And it doesn't find anybody, though, as we do have less than a minute on the clock. Uncle Ron going for that EMP. Ash manages to find the kill on Gizmo. Here comes the push. Uncle Ron is caught, though. It's not his head, and Dusty and Bob finds it. It's going to be match point for F3. Oh my goodness, this could be it. Next round could potentially be an F3 win, an upset against IVNA.
Yeah, I mean, wow, this series has been crazy so far. We still have one more series after this, but F3 defying the odds, and you know, they are one round away from, you know, making it to the top 4 and being one step closer to potentially securing their spot in the VRML 2024 con out in Denver, Colorado. They're one round away from, you know, advancing on and, you know, shutting out the second place NA team. Let's set that reminder for everybody. The second place NA team. This would be a major upset, and F3 fans would be rejoicing if they win this round. And, you know, look at the buys on IV. I mean, we've got an Omen and a Viper. We've seen them do work with it. We even see a Cadillo coming out. They are scrapping for a buy right now. And that's, again, I said it earlier, if your economy is not good in the end game, that is not where you want to be. And IV have to dig deep if they want to pull this one out. But let's get into what could be the potential final round of this series.
It's all riding on this for IV, really. I mean, they make this work, or they say goodbye to their stint in the postseason, getting knocked out round 1 again by the exact same team that did it to them last season. How awful would that be for IV? But they're gonna have to dig deep, just like Yellow Hat said. 2.5 minutes on the clock.
And the push there has been exchanged as F3 is taking a bit of huge chunk of damage. Now Ash has to back up a little bit, but as you said, all the side of IV, they're gonna have to play a lot more passive than usual because they know one death could be the result of the end. But Uncle Ron has to take out that static field. But that is basically set in stone. That's stuck. It's Uncle Ron. Wait, that nade there trying to buy time, but the Molly's there, and somehow, for some reason, does not find Uncle Ron.
I think Uncle Ron found the one spot where they aren't going to get damaged by the fire. I think they picked up even just a little bit of damage there. Solo out in gravel, tossing that flashbang up. Old Gravy still looking for the kill, though. There's the breach from IVNA as Uncle Ron does manage to find the kill on the Angel. Ash takes out Uncle Ron as we're now into a 4 versus 4 with just a minute and a half on the clock. Incendiary tossed on top of the bomb. What? I mean, it's not a very useful incendiary, but I mean, still impressive that somebody got it up there. There's a smoke tossed in. That's going to shut off the line of sight from Connector. Just a minute 20 on the clock. Solo out on gravel as here, I think, over in bathroom. Dusty manages to find the kill onto Old Gravy. And we're now in a 4 versus 3 with just a minute left on the clock.
A minute left remaining, and IV have the man advantage, but they don't have the gun advantage, which could potentially be set in stone. A flashbang lands on Ash, but it's not being benefited on as Hero is able to take down Solo, who's on the gravel side, as it's just down to another 3v3. Now, Big Lunch, Dusty, and Gizmo have to think of something as there's 40 seconds left on the clock. That time is dwindling. They set this, they try and delay for any longer. This could be the end. The run is Dusty tries to fall through the hatch and goes down as this could be it. But Gizmo's taking down Hero with the best that gets a second as it's just down the bot into a 1v2. Doesn't even matter. Into a clutch. No. And F3 knock out IV, and it's a heartbreaker for one, but a triumph of the other. And what a way to close it out. And dear, my voice is tired.
Oh my goodness.
Coming in. What a clutch coming in from Mott, and I think all of our expressions kind of say it. Against the odds, 1v2, not only does he land the critical headshot that he needs, but he also lands the grenade kill onto the other player, and just like that, 22 HP, one shot away from defeat in the round, and F3 has secured it. They will move on, and they have finally broken the tie curse, and they are just one series victory away from securing their plane tickets to be able to go and compete on stage at the VRML 2024 con in Denver, Colorado. What a series. I mean, oh my lord.
Wow, it came down to that 1v2, bot securing the quick 1-2 punch. Blink and you'll miss it, but Formula 3 knock IVNA out of the tournament. First round for the second season in a row. Wow, first major upset here between NA and EU as well. And just phenomenal gameplay all around from F3. I mean, they came to play today. They brought it, every single map. Same thing with IV. I mean, all of those rounds got very close. Even that last one got extremely close as well. But that's the way it works. There can only be one winner. Only one team can advance to the spot in the semifinals next weekend. And it's going to be Formula 3 in this case. But tremendous game of Breachers from both of these teams. But don't go away, because we still have yet another game after this. The game that kind of got pushed to the side because we were so busy with this one. Eternity versus Horizon is up next. Don't go anywhere, because we will be back very, very soon. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. And when we come back, it'll be Eternity versus Horizon. Stay tuned. We still have yet another action-packed matchup coming up. We'll be right back.
Hey there, I'm Vermal. Breacher's competitive update has brought many great changes to our beloved game. Beyond adding rank, Triangle Factory has expanded headshot damage to the neck, as well as some map changes that are sure to balance and mix up the metas. Some changes deny previously overpowered peaks, including this window peak into Garage on Hideout. This white tarp in Garage is no longer penetrable. On Skyscraper, the one-way angle from Broadcast has been removed, as well as the radio wallbang through shutters. On Ship, the bomb site has been pushed back so a previous plant spot is no longer possible, like in Eternity versus Acer in the NA semifinals. Can't wait to see you in game!
Still tucked in. Doesn't get flashed. There's the connect with a double kill. Minnow Tiger with slide.
Nessie gonna clean up things with final frag, and just like that, F3 are getting chipped apart by Heyne, and their headshot spot is exposed, and down they go. Can Heyne find the quadra kill with the Taurus in hand? Good rotation. Able to surprise Heyne here. Trying to bait out a missed shot, and they do not. Heyne, what the heck? A quadra kill.
My name is Heyne, and I play for Fusion VRML. I come from Echo. I love Echo VR, and I played that game since it came out in VRML. Going from Quest 1 to Quest 2 was jarring, and same thing for going to Quest 3. Echo was a very fun workout, and going to here, it's just, I can sit here for hours. The Taurus is I don't want to say my brand, but it's my thing. I've been using it since day one. I love that gun. If you use Hollow on Taurus, you're weird. That's kind of weird. Everyone should use Red Dot. I laugh and giggle a lot. I'm so happy no one else hears comms, because I am a horrible teammate. Every moment's chaos on Fusion. I was just listening for footsteps. Do you know how Mike Tyson used to fight? He would just stare him down, look at their heads. I either hit the headshot with the Taurus or I die instantly. That's just how the Taurus goes. Because the Taurus demands so much confidence. But if you're not confident, that's the biggest thing by far.
It went in my hand.
Better. One. Last guy. There. No. He's outside.
I'm excited for the lane. That's gonna be fun. No matter what happens, I'm going there for sure. I'm just gonna walk around. Most people recognize me, and I'm gonna recognize almost everyone. I'm gonna have a good time no matter what happens, and that's what I'm going there for. It's gonna be a cool, very cool experience. I'm gonna hang out with Bob for a ton of it. I love Bob. That guy's awesome. He's gonna be there with his mother, and I'm gonna say hi to both of them. I love you, Bob. I love you, Bob.
Ain't accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids' kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finished his bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the ground on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
There's Taquito again, flying out, rifle in hand, catches 1, 2, 3.
Oh no! Big Rulers right on top, what is this? And there's a double kill that comes in from Cozy from Get to the EMP inside. Who fires? Oh my god! No! It's about 5, 4, 3.
Hey there, I'm Vermal. Breacher's competitive update has brought many great changes to our beloved game. Beyond adding rank, Triangle Factory has expanded headshot damage to the neck, as well as some map changes that are sure to balance and mix up the metas. Some changes deny previously overpowered peaks, including this window peak into Garage on Hideout. This white tarp in Garage is no longer penetrable. On Skyscraper, the one-way angle from Broadcast has been removed, as well as the radio wallbang through shutters. On Ship, the bomb site has been pushed back so a previous plant spot is no longer possible, like in Eternity versus Acer in the NA semifinals. Can't wait to see you in game!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Breachers VRML for our final matchup of the closed qualifiers, the top 8 eliminations. We've gone through EU, we've gone through NA, and now we've just got this one matchup left. With me, of course, I'm Gibular Bob, your host. With me, of course, I do have Hertage and, of course, Nightfire with 2 E's. Welcome, Nightfire. Were you watching the F3 versus IVNA matchup?
Oh,
there?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Couldn't miss it. Couldn't miss it. A heck of a cast by Hertage there. A incredible best of 3 coming down to the wire for that third map. And I know that you were thinking it. We were definitely headed towards a fourth map at some point there, it felt like.
Oh, 100%,
that
yeah.
was insane. Yeah, just the way that both of them have been playing in map 1 and map 2. And I think all of us expected it in map 3, especially because of how close it was. But then F3 ended up pulling it out towards the end. But as you said, that has to be one of the closest ones we have seen in this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got another one right here. We got Eternity versus Horizon. And I know there have been a couple of people in the chat that have been waiting for this matchup specifically. They've been really excited to see Eternity and Horizon play. I'm really excited to see Eternity play. I've wanted to see their team play for quite some time, but I've never had the timing work out for me to be able to cast their team. But we're back here, and yeah, I mean, you know, this is the time to get that cast in.
Yeah, it is the top 8 single elim. It's do or die. It's these teams moving on or their season being over with. So the pressure is on, and then we add on top of all of the other elements of the prize pool of the 2 North American land tickets, you know, for two teams to be flown out to play live on stage for their NA finals. I mean, that's all coming down just next weekend, where we'll decide those 2 teams, and that's what they're competing for at the end of the day. A tremendous prize that we've been hyping up all season long, quite frankly, and I think a lot of folks are very much looking forward to in July for the July 20th and 21st at VRML Con in Denver, Colorado. It is a tremendous opportunity for these teams to compete for, and it ends up amplifying the pressure significantly every single round we play, Bob. And when you come down to a 6-6, 6-6, 3-3 into a second half, it's like, how could you get more pressure on each of those rounds? My heart racing for those teams as they're competing, and it's going to be racing here today for Eternity and Horizon.
Absolutely, and yeah, I mean, just they're 1 game away from getting to the semifinals, and then the semifinals, they're 1 game away from going to VRMLCon in July. So there's only 2 games left before we get to that one moment where we get those 2 teams that are going to be battling it out, you know, live in front of everybody at VRMLCon 2024. It'll of course be casted to the channel as well, so we're expecting to see people tune in for that. It will be just a matchup unlike any other. But let's take a look at this one really quick. Let's take a look at the matchup data, and then we'll give the teams the go-ahead to start. Eternity 6-4-2. They won 6, lost 2, and tied 4 games this season. Horizon 5-3-2. Best map for Eternity is once again Ship. 18 rounds played, 78% of those rounds won. And then Horizon, 47 on Arctic, 66% of those rounds won. Not sure what the ban was, but we are going to be starting this matchup on Hideout. And let me give the teams the go-ahead to start really quick.
Can't wait to get into it, Heritage. It's going to be an incredible series. Happy to have you on the desk diving into each round, because I think we're going to get some pretty advanced, aggressive plays here, where there's going to be a lot going on at one time, and you're going to need to break down multiple entry points at the, where they're going to be coordinating here for their offensive set.
Yeah, from both sides, they're going to try and think of something, especially on a Hideout, where that coordination has to be a key component. We've seen it back in F3 versus IV. That coordination could go a long way. Even though that was a 6-6, you've seen coordination from both sides. I think a notable one is that absolute wall of F3, I believe. They just, as a unit, just pushed out and ended up getting... Oh, no, that was IV. They should have pushed out and got the kill on Gravy. That was by the window. But yeah, this, as you said, coordination is going to have to be a key component if they want to win this map.
think we are just maybe waiting on a fifth to come in here on the Horizon side, and then we should be diving into map 1 soon. So shout out to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action here this afternoon. It's been a long day for everyone here on the desk, from EU with me and Bob all the way into now the final match of North America. And it's the final match of the weekend, Bob. It's a lot of hype here, and we just got to put the last dose of energy that we all have on the desk collectively into this series, because that's what these teams are doing. They're putting their last hurrah into this series in the hopes of advancing on to next weekend. I'm going to put the last of my energy in the hopes that it is another stellar series. Probably, I just don't know if I'll ever be able to compare to the one we just went through, though. I mean, come on. That's outside of maybe the one time we had 32 rounds cast where it was a dead tie and we did every single round. I mean, we were ahead. That would have been an unbelievable, the second time it's ever happened, let alone ever happened on stream, let alone in the postseason, Bob. I mean, come on, that would have been an unbelievable way to go into a fourth map. But it's not in the cards, and I don't think I really see it happening here today either. I feel like there's going to be some big swing potential this afternoon between these squads.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I know when I casted Horizon versus Vanguard, they were aggressive. I saw some Acer gameplay coming out from Horizon. There was a clean sweep, 14-0, with Horizon pulling ahead in that matchup, and oh my goodness, it was just brutal. So, I mean, to that regard, we were talking about this earlier with Yellow Hat, and a very interesting point came up, and that is that Horizon, they haven't really played one of these master teams yet. They've played quite a few, Diamond teams, other teams of their skill level, but they haven't gone against a master team this season. So I think it should be quite the matchup here between these two teams. I'm really looking forward to, if Horizon can carry some of that offensive pace into this, or we could see Eternity shut them out.
Yeah, I think we're running into some tech issues on these Quest players' side, so hopefully we can get that sorted soon. I can't believe that it would be a surprise or that we would run into tech issues now after having 11 weeks of regular season gameplay, and, it's like nothing's changing at the end of the day. These are best of threes. It's the same thing these teams have been doing all season long, and, hopefully they can sort out their issues, but do bear with us on our side as we patiently wait for them to fix whatever is going on their headsets. Quite frankly, it always does surprise me. I guess you need the battery at the end of the day, so you can't afford to do like tests and stuff. But if I'm playing in a tournament for a ticket that's going to advance me into for a potential to get a free flight to a convention where there's $8,000 in cash split between both regions on the line, I mean, I would have tested everything out to make sure that I am in a clean operating environment and that everything is going to work. Because quite frankly, I do it here for the broadcast. I test everything out the day before to make sure everything's working. Me and Bob ran into a bug on Friday before the cast, and we had to do some big pivots for Saturday morning's cast, but we were ready when it came Saturday morning. It's important to be ready for all of those potential hiccup situations, and I think we are now finally ready. We maybe sorted out the issues, and we are going to go into our first map here, and it is going to be again on Hideout.
And here we are for the final matchup of the closed qualifiers. We're seeing a fight between Eternity and Horizon. We're seeing Spectrals across the board from both teams. And I think I think Eternity is one of the most mechanically advanced teams in the game. They've got they work a lot on strategies, and they have a high focus on teamwork and coordination, at least, you know, from what I've seen in their interviews and their gameplay. So we'll see. Maybe they could throw Horizon for a loop here with their start, but no way! As Level opens things up with a frag, Eternity responds with a frag of their own, and Ninja Tim finding Level, as we do have a disconnect early here for Horizon.
Yeah, right off the rip, 2 frags have been thrown, both of them ending up finding picks on both sides. Yakeda down to just a slither of HP as that gym wall is open. Now, side of Eternity know where the push could be facing for the side of Horizon. Yakeda makes her way through, but that proximity alarm is going to ring and send Proxy out to try and find a single pick.
Peaks upstairs currently in garage as they do foam that garage hatch into storage. Peak dropping in, but Proxy and Ninja Tim both waiting there. Yakeda looks to move in. Low Taper finds Ninja Tim as 3 a.m. and Proxy round out this first round for Eternity.
Yeah, a solid opener for the Eternity squad, and I can't remember where we went on predictions, but if we're just going to go strictly off of rank, it's a very commanding opener. Unfortunate disconnect here on the Horizon side. Like I said, there was a bit of a delay on the tech issues element there, and we have certain rules in place where if you do have a set start time, you have to start within a certain amount of time. So I don't know if that's what's happening here, where we have to go, despite there maybe being some unfortunate tech issues. But like I said, you want to be ready for this opportunity, because it's only going to come once at the end of a season, and it's unfortunate to see Horizon down a player right now. They're going into this 4v5 on the offense, and it is essentially a pretty big power play for Eternity on the defensive half, no less. They're now going to be able to go into the buy round, pick up a couple of rifles too, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to be able to do here on the bounce back for round 2 on the Horizon side.
And we're starting off here, round number 2, fresh 3 minutes on the clock. Low Taper right outside of Laundry as they're getting ready to potentially swing. And it doesn't happen. The ace rotating back into site B. 2 minutes 40 on the clock. Ninja Tim waiting out in garage with that frag grenade. Proxy and Juice both finding a kill as we're now down to a 2. Whoa! Level again with the frag grenades, but Ninja Tim finding Yakeda. And we're down to a 1 versus 4. It's just Level as they do manage to find a kill on the ace, but they're still in a 1v3 and they have to worry about the Vezin of 3 a.m.
Yeah, the Vezin there, it's still in play at 3 a.m. It's such a good shooter with that Vezin in hand, but you only have 3 members. You have 3 members of the side of Eternity to worry about, and that proximity alarm is going to tell the rest of Eternity where Level is located. That gives a bunch of time for Eternity to try and set themselves to maybe try and coordinate. You know, if this player decides to push out, see Level trying to set up for that breaching phone and maybe try and potentially find a clutch here.
Just a minute 40 on the clock right now. Level's in a pretty tough spot. They're trying to bait out some shots. 3 a.m. still in the back of kitchen, and them shooting right here is giving away their position, but Juice does go down, and now we're talking with a 1 versus 2 here, but Proxy was waiting in Laundry, secures the kill, and there it is, a 2-0 game with Eternity, you know, with a fair amount of lead built up already.
The question I propose to everyone tuning in is it Level or is it L-Vol, if we're to believe how we pronounce IV? And if it's IV, is it IVI? In which case, is it LVL? I don't know.
You're missing players that have the wackiest in names. And then we're like, as commentators, like, okay, we'll just pronounce it how I think it is. And then you have to, like, the owners or, like, the actual players go like, yeah, or actually, this is how you pronounce it. Like, couldn't you have just told us prior?
Well, listen, you're missing it though. Nightfire. It's actually M is how it's pronounced. So
Okay, there it is.
yeah, it's just an upside down M. So
yeah, so we might be looking at some sort of variant of W there.
Okay. All right, let's relax on the names and the pronunciations. And we do our best here on the desk. Sometimes we get it wrong, sometimes we get it right. I'm just making it fun. Of course, it's level, and of course, this Eternity team is off to a very strong start. They're looking comfortable. They're playing comfortable, and now we go to the full buy where maybe we get to see what Horizon's going to bring to the table with, oh, look at this push, a familiar one if you've watched the Inside the Meta video.
Goodness, what another hefty frag thrown from level. They're just great at throwing those frag grenades. 2.5 minutes on the clock, double statics that Horizon's going to have to worry about here. They only have one frag grenade up. It could potentially take out both of them, though. I'm not sure if it will. But anyways, they're just rough in the economy here for Horizon, and I'm wondering if they are going to be able to break into this site, but it is going to be tough.
And Molly there to deny the entry onto A. You have 3 AM and Proxy, as well as Ninja acting as that hybrid towards the connector side. So they have a pretty good defense, as you also have it. But the nade's going to be tossed. A Molotov, as well as frag grenade, doesn't find any, but does knock Proxy to 50%. But Proxy able to take down Peak, as that AP is stuck on the wall. Ace on the flank. Ace take down levels. Ninja finds one, and Ace takes another as well. All down to Jimmy into a 1v5.
Devastation for Horizon. Now just 1:40 on the clock, and Eternity have completely overpowered them here on this push. The EMP's on the chair, but it's not planted. I don't know how many charges that are actually on it right now, but I mean, Jimmy Toucan has a pretty rough job ahead of them right now. They do have a heal that they missed on top of the box. I'm wondering if they're gonna pick that up and then maybe go for a salvage play, but otherwise, there's not a whole lot of reason to save here. You're just running a spectral. I don't know, what are your thoughts here, Nightfire?
Yeah, it's you go for it is my thoughts. You got to commit in. You have to find those picks. Maybe get an EMP plant for a little extra cash. That would be the real play. Stick the EMP plant or carry this Vezin out.
What? Oh, whoa! Jimmy Toucan decided to go out swinging. They swung into the middle of Site A there and just got caught by Eternity, who've made this a quick hat trick, a 3-0 game. And yeah, it's been pretty rough for Horizon here in this first half.
Yeah, not the opening they need. I'm reading chat. I'm seeing Reap saying their internet went out and no one else can play. And so seemingly having some issues with connections. They do have 5 now, though. So they continue to sort of rotate players out, it seems. I truthfully, I haven't really thought of it, but like maybe you could theoretically rotate players out mid-round, I think. I don't know if there's a rule against that.
No, you can.
You can. So we've seen it back in F3. I remember Big Lunch just stood in, and that ended up forcing a tie. No, not really forcing a tie. They had that lead, but yeah, it's definitely possible.
Yeah.
Would it be a good move?
Yeah,
Probably
I don't know.
Not.
Especially when you're trying to get momentum, when you're trying to get into a rhythm, a cadence as a squad. I don't think so. I feel like now maybe they've got their roster. We'll see if this is the 5 they're going to stick with for the rest of this half at the very least, as we do get into round 4.
Yeah, sometimes technical issues, or if somebody's just not having a good game, not feeling it, those mid-game subs do happen. Yeah, they're perfectly legal for teams to do, like Hertaj pointed out. Big Lunch subbed in for IVNA in their game. But now just 2.5 minutes on the clock as Horizon making their move onto Site B. They've opened up a wall. But where is the push going to come from here? We've got a couple players up by Garage. Jimmy Toucan looking to get the breaching foam on the Garage hatch. Ninja Tim sitting back up in the box finds an immediate pick onto level. and they're all alone right now, but the ace quickly bringing it through Waterfall. Jimmy Toucan able to find one of those kills. The ace swinging, however, manages to find one, but they do not get the second. Low Taper Sigma finding the ace as Proxy finding that refrag. 3 a.m. getting a kill on a peak, and it's now just down to Yaketa with 1:50 on the clock.
Yaketa has to do something, just maybe find a 1v3. Shooting through the wall does find Proxy and a bit of chip damage, but Proxy responds back through the wall, and that is a 4-0 lead for the side of Eternity. And what do you do here of your Horizon?
Yeah, it's hard to get momentum here when you're down, and especially now, well, now is the big moment. Round 5, full buy, you're able to invest fully. You're able to also invest next round completely off of your consecutive loss bonus, so there's a little bit of room to work with to some degree in these next 2 rounds for Horizon. So here is where they got to lock it in. They have to utilize the full rifle to their advantage. They're only going to get it so many times going up against this Eternity squad, and I mean, right now, Eternity are running away with the momentum. They're in a very good place, in control of the series, not allowing Horizon to set the pace, ultimately not allowing them to get comfortable on their pushes. Utility plays are coming in that are incredibly effective. The grenades coming through, and ultimately, Eternity really locked in this afternoon and the start of this map 1. And if this keeps up, I think that Horizon are going to find a very hard series in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, just three rounds away from a loss here to Eternity. We're on round 5, penultimate round in the first half. So then we've got, you know, there's just not a whole lot of time here to get around in this first half. Eternity goes bowling. They do find a drone, but luckily for Horizon, their players walked away unscathed until Juice found Low Taper Sigma. The ace looked to swing out or peek out of Laundry, but it didn't quite find a kill. In any case, we're at a 4 versus 5 with 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and only having Spectrals, a Viper, and a Cadillo in hand. Just what do you do against a full stack of Vezins? A nade being thrown, flashes as well. As Nidatimp's able to find level, and Proxy takes down Jimmy Toucan. As Yaketa and Peak are the only ones alive, Yaketa does find Ace. But in a 4v2, and a flashbang that does successfully hit Ninjatim and gets the kill as well. And now that's a Vezin in hand for Yaketa, and now Peak has made their way through. And what do you do here as that Tripwire almost found Peak?
Potential first round here for Horizon, as Peak does, I think, pick up a bit of damage from that trip mine, but there's the breaching foam on the site B wall. Just 1:40 on the clock. Juice hanging in the back of site B right now. Just firing some shots through, looking for any kind of damage pick so they can potentially find a wall bang. But just 1.5 minutes, and it's a 2v3. Peak looking to push up through to Laundry, but Proxy was waiting there all along. Definitely heard that sound cue from Peak and swung out. And it's now just down to Yaketa, who does manage to find Proxy. But it's now a 1 versus 2, and Yaketa is certainly in a pretty tricky situation. Now just 1 minute left on the clock. They do manage to find one, but 3 a.m. secures the refrag to make it a 5-0 game for Eternity.
A lovely back and forth at the end of the day. We continue to come down to some close rounds like this, and Eternity continues to come out on top. Whether it's 1, 2, or 3 left alive, they continue to find the rounds they need, and they look good here. On defense, first half 5-0, looking to make it a 6-0 lockout. Horizon are doing everything they can to fight back against this squad, and I guess I was saying it was a full buy from Horizon last round, but with what they were holding on to, it must not have been. And so now they are going into a full buy in round 6, and I do think that if you don't have, I think if you spend everything in round 5, you come into round 6, you still won't have enough, like we've seen, Bob, in some of the series before in this postseason. So it's interesting eco management, it's tactical, it all makes sense at the end of the day, and Horizon really trying to get 1 point on the board here. 1 point on the offensive half so that when they do swap sides, they have a cushion, at least one pillow on the bed, in order to make sure that they're not going to be overwhelmed by this Eternity squad.
Yeah, they're going to need to find a foothold here, and they're going to need to find it soon. I mean, this is their last chance to prevent that first half lockout going 6-0. Yeah, Eternity have just played super, super well against Horizon here. We do see Jimmy Toucan slowly inching their way over to the shower window in Site A. Double trip mines on the door. Hopefully nobody on Horizon gets caught in those. A frag tossed out. Doesn't quite find anybody, but 2 minutes, 20 seconds, and the pressure is on for Horizon.
The phone there coming in from Peak, but that proximity alarm, it's still ringing. They haven't taken it down, but Ace is able to take down Ukeda that tries to cross through the box. And the tripwire there, Peak's able to take down both of them, but without the cost of taking a bit of chip damage. The wall is going to open, the door blocker is going to go down as well. A nade is thrown, but ends up a bit too short. Smoke is up, denies the vision of both sides of the party on this A site. Another nade there being thrown. Now Peak has made their way onto the site, and that's going to be a post play. The side of Eternity has to go through, otherwise it's going to be rolled from Ninja Tim shooting through the wall, unable to find the kill on a Peak, but they're ready to push on through, finds two, but Low Taper Sigma finds that trade down to a 3v2, and it's Eternity with the lead here.
Minute and a half on the clock right now. Low Taper Sigma out by Killbox. And they do manage to recover a heal off the body there. Juice finding Jimmy Toucan, however. And the hope of getting that one round is quickly fading for Horizon as Juice rotates back to Glow. Picks up a bit of damage. Low Taper Sigma finding one kill. They now just need two more before they have the clutch in the bag. Looking for Proxy. But Proxy probably not one to fall easily on Eternity. They've been putting in a lot of work here for this Eternity team. Just 50 seconds on the clock now as Low Taper Sigma deep into Site B, but they don't have possession of the EMP. Ninja Tim and Proxy know exactly how to play this, and there's only 18 shots in Taper's gun right now. Just half a minute on the clock to go in this round.
Cloaking device is going to be popped. Does it clear? Ninja Tim defines one, but it's just down to a 1v1. Proxy versus Low Taper, and it is just a matter of who picks first, swing or be swung. Dagfield, there's 15 seconds left, and Proxy gets the kill, and that is a 6-0 shutout as we head into the second half.
The static emitter is the MVP of the round and slows them down. A little slice of that thing was sticking out there and disrupts the advance in. Wonderful utility usage there from Eternity, and a beautiful 6-0 half, barreling to a 7-0 map one. And I'm seeing people call out 14-0 sweep in chat right now. That's certainly the pace that's being set. That's certainly what Eternity are pushing for at this rate. With a one round to go on Pistol, they'll take the 7-0 half and go to map 2, where who knows what's going to happen there, but Horizon will need to regroup. Right now, they need to regroup, and they have an opportunity to go 6 in a row. We saw it happen last series twice, so don't put it out of your mind as something that can't happen. When we swap sides and if this Pistol rounds goes to Horizon, who knows what this team is going to be like when it comes time for them to defend and when it comes time for Eternity to attack. That's why we're tuning in. That's why we cast. That's why we're here for the series to see what is.
This is the Eternity special. This is definitely the Eternity special. They're just gonna overwhelm this specific window, and there's only one defender who's level. So the moment that goes through, they're just gonna fly on in. Dre, Proxy, Juice, Ace, all in. That's the EMP plan. Levels cannot find one. Ninja Tim finds one on Low Taper, and that is definitely a guaranteed round. Not even 10 seconds in. Yakilda falls as well. And just down to Peak and Jimmy in a 2v5, and just down to Peak.
Okay, Ace clutch. Not too difficult here for Peak, right? And no pressure at all. They do manage to find one, looking to swing onto the ace. They find the second. They find the third. Can Peak go and lock in? There's just 2 players left on Eternity. 3 a.m. is down to 1 health. Juice, 3 a.m. goes down. Can Peak find the 4th on the Juice? No, it doesn't happen. Juice closes out map 1 with a kill on a Peak. But if that didn't get close for Eternity, oh my goodness, that was very close at the end there.
Looking through my fingers on that one. That one had me worried. I couldn't watch with both eyes open on that series, on that finale. That was almost the clutch from Peak, and that would have been a tremendous way to get back into the series. Put one on the board off of a 1v5 ace on the pistol set. Get your team back into the swing of things. You're able to buy Vezin's utility for your squad. It really means everything, but it's instead a sweep. 7-0 map 1 getting locked in here for eternity, and we could be done with our final series of the afternoon quite quickly as we do get ready for our second map of the day. And like you've been saying, Heritage, what do they do? What is the solution for Horizon? I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you, because Eternity have come out here incredibly strong. When we look at those KDs, we do see some kills coming in onto the side of Horizon. You can see 5 getting scooped up by low, 4 getting scooped up by level, Peak, and Yaketa. They're there on the scoreboard, but Proxy with a standout round going into the double digits. And Bob, we've talked about it a lot in the Breachers game itself in particular, where you can rely on a standout player, on a clutch shooter, on one individual to really carry your squad forward. And that's not to say that's what happened here, but Proxy certainly had the team leaning on them for the 7-0.
I believe Proxy was one of their project players on Eternity, where they trained them to to really be the cornerstone of how the team plays. But we are going to go ahead and get into map number 2 here, which is going to be Factory. Here we go. Eternity starting off on the defense once again. Horizon on the offense. And I'm really wondering, was this Eternity's pick to start off on defense? Are they fans of the defending side?
I don't know. It's hard to say, especially in the postseason, Bob. We've been highlighting the fact that offense has been king. We saw it dominate on the side of actually, we saw Eternity do quite well on defense here, but now we get to see Eternity again on defense. So, I don't know, Bob. It is interesting to think why Horizon's attacking here again, but the way the system works is that home team gets to pick the side or the map, and away team picks a side or a map. That's kind of how that back and forth goes, and so they may have picked side both times. We don't have those details in the moment-to-moment, but at the very least, Bob, we can jump into the action right away.
Yeah, and Horizon on the move into orange storage. They have foamed that wall, and they're getting ready to push in. Low Taper Sigma tossing a frag. It's a double frag in the back of Site B. Ninja Tim picking up a bit of damage, but 3 a.m. gets caught out by Yaketa. Now 2.5 minutes on the clock. Ninja Tim looking for another. The back-end connector. Proxy playing center B right now. Peak looking to swing out. Proxy finds one. Ninja Tim finds one, and we have 2 minutes 15 on the clock as Proxy drops their second, but Jimmy Toucan securing a refrag.
And down to a 3v2. Horizon still has members that are both on full HP. The EMP is down though, and I'm pretty sure that is called out from the inside of Eternity. 2 minutes left remaining, and to try and maybe retrieve that is definitely going to be hard to try and find, because you have people that are watching that angle as Level's going to push through, try and shoulder that door right there, maybe try to find out a couple of players. But that EMP is going to retrieve and in the hands of Horizon. 140 left on the clock. Now, question is, what are Horizon thinking right now?
Just a minute and a half now before Eternity wins on time. Now Level and Jimmy Toucan, it looks like they are going to go around for a rotate, but the ace was weighted and they find one kill. Jimmy Toucan is caught between a rock and a hard place as the ace catches that double kill, and it is a 1-0 game. Eternity taking their first point of the game.
And their 8th point of the series. Undefeated so far in this matchup against Horizon. And at this point, Heritage, I'll go with your question again. What do they do? And it is simply get on the board. They really need 1 point. Horizon need something here to slow down Eternity. Otherwise, I do think, again, we're barreling towards the 14-0 that was called out in chat. I do see some more folks calling it out 14-0 or 14-7, because maybe we'll see a big swing here, Taj. It does happen from time to time where suddenly that team that's down and out just bounces back when the map swaps.
Yeah, it's definitely there, but the way that Eternity has been playing, trying to come back from that, it's going to be more difficult than Horizon is going to anticipate, because they're going to have to deal with that's arguably some of the best shooters on the side of Eternity. You have 3AM as well as Proxy, you know, going 10-2 back in map 1. So you're going to have to deal with not only the amount of, not only are you going to have to find where the side of Eternity is, but you're going to have to deal with people that are really good shots.
3 minutes on the clock here in round 2. We've already seen Eternity do very well on defense, you know, on hideout. Frag thrown to the back of Orange Vendings, but this is... Oh, okay, I thought they were going to double eco on Eternity, but they did invest in a Vezin as Ninja Tim swings out. Oh my goodness, what a triple kill from Ninja Tim. Just devastation, pure devastation for Horizon. And Jimmy Toucan and Peak find themselves in orange storage with, I mean, how do you recover from that?
I don't even think you could do it. I don't know how you managed to kill Ninja Tim there. You can't. And now Ninja Tim's on a slither of health. Now Proxy has that healing syringe as well as A. So that means that Ninja Tim's going to be back around that 80% health range. But just not clearing out that couple of corners and just not landing the shots, because I'm pretty sure all of them were laser focused on Ninja Tim, but couldn't land a headshot.
Couple different weapons fired there, but I mean, let's get your take on this, Nightfire. Which site do you attack? Do you play for picks? Do you salvage? You know, how do you play this out?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Horizon, again, are feeling maybe a little defeated at this point. So what do you do? How do you sort of bounce back? And maybe an eco would be beneficial, just to not all die to Eternity and have some sort of carry through from round to round. But they also, to your point, have nothing to really carry through. There's no utility. There's no health syringes for them to save onto between the two of them. So I think challenging is the best they'll be able to do. But you're going up against an Eternity team that's feeling good. And these pistol connections, these pistol plays, they continue to stand out in today's series for the entirety of it. When they won 7-0, when they opened up in those first 2 rounds 2-0, and now here as they're barreling towards a 2-0 lead in map 2. And I mean, let's talk about that play on the top floor that opens up this entire round. The triple kill that comes in from the pistol. That was beautifully orchestrated from the defense. They intentionally drew the attacking side's attention to the center door there on the top floor, as we do have the round wrap up there. They intentionally focused the offense's attention into the doorway with a literal bait, a full player there that goes down to their swing, and then out of nowhere, Jack in the Box pops up for a triple kill, and it really, again, completely caught Horizon off guard. Great coordination from Eternity. It's what you expect out of a team that's number 3, that's up there in the top 4, a squad that has competed against teams like Acer EU and won rounds they've gone home with to tell the tale about. You know, it's a strong squad that is playing up to the standards that we expect out of them at number 3, and we're not getting the sort of wonder of if Formula 3 at rank 7 is going to come out on top. We're not really seeing Horizon at rank 5 potentially beating Eternity right now. I feel like Eternity have this so much in their control that it's going to take this full buy round to change my mind. It's going to take these next 2 really to make me feel that maybe there's a chance for Horizon to get some momentum.
I mean, they play so well as a team, and they have so many standout shooters that they're really just creating so many problems for Horizon here. Now, we'll see. I mean, Horizon, I saw them. They played very well against Vanguard, so they may just need, you know, a couple more rounds here to build up some momentum. But I mean, Eternity is not letting them get their foot in the door, and this is creating a big problem for Horizon. 3 a.m. moving over to blue vending, blue hallway, or Tetris, whichever you like to call it. Rotaper Sigma is picked immediately by Proxy, who's going to rotate back into Lockers. Peak now just outside of blue hallway, and I wonder if 3 a.m. heard that grapple. There's 100% chance that they did, as we have 2 minutes 15 on the clock.
Yeah, an early pick there as that window's going to open. That's going to force 3 a.m. off and try and rotate back into Lockers. But you do have a member of Horizon that's inside towards that blue vending. You have Jimmy in. But if that's not a call saying that, hey, I have control of this, we have at least a good amount of map control towards this blue side. We should just make this attempt to focus on A now. But that's going to cause the side of Eternity to try and rotate. Maybe find a couple of picks as 3 a.m. is still lurking.
Jimmy Toucan almost goes out, but they do narrowly avoid that frag grenade. Now just a minute and a half on the clock as it's a full send down the storage hatch, but 3 a.m. catches not one, but two of those Horizon players, and they're going to swing looking for a potential third onto Jimmy Toucan, who's now pushing up to that door, but Juice might have caught that. Oh, no, it doesn't happen. 3 a.m. does go down, and Jimmy Toucan going to look to rotate and potentially recover that EMP and push Cubby. But Proxy is waiting on the other side of that wall, albeit they're looking over at blue vendings, but it's now just down a Peak, and Proxy finding that quick kill to make it a 3-0 game, with Eternity starting to run away once again.
Yeah, it's the first half going their way, and like you said, running away with it. It's now 10 unanswered points that have come through from Eternity, and it's really not often that you see such a dominant performance this late in the postseason. Although we did see it with a couple of 2-0s on the side of EU. Those 2-0s, those quick 2-map wins were still 7-3, 7-4. You know, there were still rounds getting put up on the board. And again, like I said, I think Horizon really just need to get something up here. They just need to get some momentum going. Need to get a point on that board so that they aren't completely shut out and they don't go 14-0 this deep in their season. They want to have a solid send-off, I think. And, well, it's... Eternity certainly are going to give them a send-off if this keeps going this way as we get ready to dive into round 4. 3-0. Eternity came to play today, plain and simple, and they are bringing their A game. If you're watching from Acer, from one of the teams that's going up potentially against Eternity next weekend, you got to be a little bit concerned with just how good and just how in form they're looking here today up against Horizon.
Yeah, if I'm Fusion, Acer, or F3, I'd be looking at how Eternity plays, because they are just dominating this game, and to have to potentially 14-0 a team, in the postseason here would be still quite the accomplishment. I mean, Horizon are a pretty tough team, and for Eternity to just run away with this game like they have been is quite the feat. But in any case, Jimmy Toucan tossing a frag into the back of Site B. It's going to pick up a couple of tags, one onto Juice, one onto Proxy, one onto 3 a.m. With 2 minutes 10 on the clock, here comes the second frag.
Second frag there, ringing noise, no kills found. As the wall is going to open, Jimmy Toucan into them. They might run into the engagement, but Jimmy Toucan stuck dead as they're still being shot through that opened up wall. But I'm pretty sure there's Cal knowing that there's one, but Ninja Tim takes out Low Taper on the heady and finds a second onto Jimmy Toucan. And this could be the extension that side of Eternity need, as they could honestly just probably swing out of this, but they have to be worried about that fling on the door blocker as that goes down as well. Flashbang toss. Finds 3 a.m. but unable to find one as Ninja Tim gets a fourth. It's just all down to level in a 1v4. That is impossible to do, as that is 4-0 for Eternity.
We're just not seeing the utility connect like it needs to. That was a good flash, but we're not seeing the nades come through. We're seeing the static emitters slow down the offense from Horizon, and we're seeing one side get really great effective utility use out of the plants they're putting down, and another not necessarily finding the multi-kills they need to separate themselves away from this team, to get themselves the advantage early, to find some early picks before they breach in to that site. that's what's been key for a lot of these squads when you do watch them win in this postseason. It's the utility. It's how good your nades are hitting. The problem is when you don't have any money to buy nades, when all you have is money to eco or full buy into rifles, then obviously you lose the option of disrupting your opponent with nades. It's why on some partial buys we see players avoid investing in any sort of weapon and instead go with a pistol or pick up some utility like a grenade or a trip mine, something else that's going to help them along the way outside of that rifle, because the utility, I feel like, is king in the postseason, Bob.
Yeah, and Eternity are 4 stims strong. I mean, they've just recovered an incredible amount of utility off of Horizon. They've invested in another syringe as well. They're really scraping here on round 5, but they did manage to put 4 Vezins on the board, so we can see, I mean, I think they absolutely have the potential to do some damage here. Jimmy Toucan swinging into Generator, but Juice thought ahead, put a door blocker in there, and Proxy was waiting with a frag grenade, catches some, oh my goodness, what a play by Proxy there, who's just been a standout MVP alongside Ninja Tim for this entire matchup.
Yeah, and just Proxy rolling a nade, hearing just from that IQ, knowing that there was at least one, makes the option to just go for the pre-fire. 3AM finds low taper, but Yukado's able to find Ace. But now it's just a 4v3. There's still this chaos. Switch aside to blue vending. 3AM is still on that roam approach. But I'm not sure if 3AM realized that Yukata was in that cubby side. Another swing. 3AM finds Yukata just down to a 4v2. Peak and level, the last one standing. And 3AM is still going on before he goes down. It's just down a level into a 1v3.
Not the first time Level has found themselves in one of these clutch situations. Do they have the ability to clutch up here? I mean, maybe go for this salvage, keep the Vezin in for the next round? Not sure. What do you think here, Nightfire?
A possibility, and yeah, I think to Heritaj's point, you have to, because this is going to be the 5-0. You're going to go into your final round, and I think you're only going to have one Vezin. I don't even know if they're going to have enough cash for more than for anyone else to pick one up. Oh, maybe. Yeah, they will. They'll have 3 Vezins in total, with Level taking theirs through. Yakita and Peak will both be able to afford Vezins themselves, and so that's why they're carrying this through, just to bolster their next attacking round that much more. So 45 seconds of eco here, and Eternity 45 seconds of being happy as they get ready and closer to this full series win. It's now going to be 12 unanswered points in a row, and they're ever closer to that 14-0 skunk in the postseason, which would be, again, incredibly impressive out of the Eternity side. To me, it really means that Eternity have come in with their A game in mind, with the absolute most amount of focus they can bring to this series. And I wouldn't be surprised if they also did their due diligence in terms of homework, researching Horizon, watching any games they could against this squad to understand their preferred strategies and then counter them appropriately. That metal box play in particular, with the wall blocking the entry in, and then those shots down through, it's a kill box essentially, especially when you have a door blocker there, because you barrel the nade underneath, which we saw being effective, and then you have 2 lanes to shoot through that wall where you're almost guaranteed to hit your target. If you don't hit anyone on one lane, you transfer to the other, and that's what we saw happen. Those shots through the wall, locking in that kill there, and ultimately kicking things off again for Eternity. I think every round they've found that early round pick too.
I just don't think we've seen a team run away this decisively yet here in the postseason across one of the leagues. I mean,
on the NA side,
on the NA side,
we saw Acer EU do pretty good in their series. I think that was 7-0, 7-2.
Yeah.
So it went pretty well for them as well. But still, this is the strongest performance we've seen on the NA side so far in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, even Acer had some problems with restart here, and they were the number 8 team. So, I mean, just Eternity are so I mean, they are playing this extremely well. And the strategies that they've used, the techniques, and we're seeing a full send into Museum. Oh my goodness. It's a slaughter. Juice does find 3, but Yaketa manages to end that kill streak before it goes way too far. But here we are on round 5, and you know, in less than half a minute, we're already down to a 2 versus 3.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much it. This is a 6-0 lockout. No rounds gained for the side of Horizon. And you're just wondering just what's going on. Is the Nate's there, but unfortunately only fighting Ninja Tim. But as you say, I don't think it's possible to find these players on Eternity, because every single one of them, you have 3 absolute standout players that have focus on their craft and towards aiming, and going against that, it's just a nightmare to play.
Could be a very fun matchup to see Eternity. Well, I mean, we're going to see if Eternity does, you know, pull ahead and win this one. It's going to be them versus Formula 3. That should be, you know, a very, very fun semifinals match to watch. And we could potentially see them go against Acer or Fusion at the top half of the bracket. I'm excited to see where Eternity goes here. But again, that is if they win. There's still some potential here for Horizon, although their window of opportunity quickly closing up. Yaketa foaming the wall into site B. Proxy looking for some shots, but I mean, no matter what way you put it, it's going to be tough for Horizon.
Nade there, and that is unfortunate clipping, as that was supposed to head towards the server side, but Jimmy Toucan actually finds one. It's just down to a 1v1, but Ace is still keeping the lockout intact, as that is a 6-0 clean sweep into the first half.
Yikes, a undefeated Eternity squad swap sides and stare down the barrel of a pistol round to lock in a series win and advancement on to next weekend, which again would be incredibly impressive. I think the first time, I think it'll be the, maybe we've had some shutouts before in postseason, but regardless, I don't want to focus too much on it, and more so on the fact that Eternity have really stepped up again today. We've said it multiple times, but to be this far ahead and to be this in control is very impressive. It's right where you want to be at this point as a team, quite frankly. You want to be in peak form. You want to be coming away with dominant wins so that you do have that momentum and energy going into next weekend. This Eternity squad will be feeling very good going up against F3, whereas F3 really struggled to get to where they are with that win. And so, you know, you compare the roads between these two teams, and I actually don't know which one's going to benefit which team more. Maybe F3 will come in more hardened. Maybe Eternity won't be ready for F3. But at the same time, maybe Eternity will be as prepared as they are for Horizon as they are for F3 next weekend, which in that case, F3 got to be real worried about what they're going up against.
Well, I mean, if we're going off of numbers alone, we did just watch Formula 3 beat the number 2 team in the league, IVNA. So,
yeah.
I mean, statistically, maybe it should be easier, but no, I don't think so. We're looking at, you know, top tier gameplay from these master teams, so it's not going to be easy no matter which way they put it. But one more round from Eternity, and they will call this a clean sweep 14-0 as they establish into orange storage. There it goes. A few utility pieces exchanged. 3 a.m. netting the first kill of this half with a kill onto Jimmy Toucan, and we have just 2 minutes left on the clock.
5v4, and Ace being thrown, and does find a little bit of chip damage, but Low Taper trying to push it out smoke. The moment that thing is devastated, he's wide out in the open, as it's just down to a 5v3, down to a 5v2, down to 5v1, and in a clean sweep in clean fashion, and could be potentially be a flawless round. Definitely securing the 14-0 sweep, a switchback, and that is the final kill of the series. And it is a clean 14-0 and a flawless victory for the side of Eternity. And that was just brutal to watch.
Well, brutal or entertaining if you're an Eternity fan. Because they came out strong and won 14-0 in their postseason performance, which, again, sets them up quite well for next weekend, which now is where I think everyone's mind goes, Bob, because how could it not? We're talking about a tremendous cash prize pool for first and second place, on top of hardware from HyperX, on top of lifetime subscriptions for the captains to the Helga Esports Bot Manager, on top of 2 North American flights out to VRML Con, where the top 2 teams will battle for their grand finals live on stage July 20th and 21st. It's a tremendous offering that's only available because of the support from our sponsors, who include Triangle Factory, the main staple to making Season 2 as awesome as it has been. A tremendous shout out to them. They did some work on the weekend for us this weekend to make the broadcast as smooth as it was, and we can't appreciate them enough. Hats off to Triangle Factory, and I can't wait to be able to show this game off live on stage, because it's going to be incredible. And so we're really looking forward to it now, because, again, next week, Bob, is the big deal. Next weekend, rather, is where we decide those 2 teams that get that trip out to the convention.
Oh, man. You know, you'd think you'd feel that relief. Oh, I made it through the first qualifiers, but you don't. I mean, it's like, oh man, now I'm going on to the next round, and there's even more pressure. I've only got a week to prepare here. So, I mean, this will be the real test. Some teams are going to take it easy. They're going to be, hey, we're going to take it off. But I have a feeling, you know, I think what we've seen is some of these teams
everyone's going to work overtime there, because every single, because we currently have 4 teams for next week. Any of them, and I repeat, any of them could go to VRML Con.
I really think so. From the gameplay
we could see an upset. We could see an upset on any side. We could potentially see, you know, hypothetically, maybe Acer doesn't go through. They fall short during Season 2, and we don't see them. But it's just, you know, how close it has gotten into top 8. You know, besides the absolute sweep of the 14-0. But next week is just a lot more action, and I don't know. This is something that you definitely want to tune into.
Oh, yeah, you do not want to miss this next weekend. It's going to be filled with NA action to decide those 2 teams, and, of course, the EU finals. And, I mean, Bob, well, we got to take a break for it, quite frankly. I need a week to rest at this pace. I need to relax now after what has been an amazing weekend.
It's been a whole bunch of fun to watch. I mean, we saw so many great games between EU, between NA. It's been a long time casting here for you and I and Heritage here, but yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. It's been a tremendous weekend, and I think I mean, you know, we saw the Challenger Cup, and things could only get more exciting from there. And we went through the close qualifiers. Things can only get more exciting from here. We're still approaching the best that's yet to come. So, yeah, absolutely. And what a matchup it has been here. But for now, that's going to do it for us over here at the Breachers VRML. I'm Gibular Bob. I've been your host. My co-casters, Heritage and Nightfire with 2 E's. We'll catch you all next week for the semifinals and grand finals for EU, not for NA. That's coming up in July. But until then, have a fantastic rest of your night, everybody.
VRML is brought to you by Helga, the Esports Manager, Triangle Factory. Thanks for watching VRML.